Okay, good morning everybody. We're getting ready to get the program underway. First up on the water, we've got a couple of boats just doing a couple of shakedown runs before we get into the race program proper. My commentary mate Craig Lynn will be joining me a little bit later when we get into the full swing of things. But as we can see on the screen and out on the water in front of us, GP1 Grant Harrison, all the way up from Victoria, is here to have a lash at the 2025 St George Spectacular. Lots more action to come. We're just getting our final preparations ready, and we will get full competitive racing action on the water very, very soon. Motorboats, thank you very much for the invitation to help out here this weekend. We've also got Hayden Chesser roving around in the pits, so we'll be hearing from Hayden throughout the weekend. But fantastic to have the GP Hydro live stream team here as well, obviously broadcasting pictures quite literally worldwide, as you just mentioned. And as you also alluded to, fantastic to see the quality of some of the entries we've got. As you said, 3 GP Hydros, couple of unlimited displacements. We've got 6 litres, we've got 5 litre Hydros, we've got unlimited outboards and monos. You did touch on a couple of the major races, the major titles. We've got some Australian titles here up for grabs this weekend. The Riverside Trophy, which is unlimited inboard and unlimited outboard. So essentially the best of the best. We've got the 2.7 litre restricted Blake's Marine Trophy. Sports Mono and Mod VP, the Bert Hines Tennessee Boats Trophy. That's an Australian Championship. And the Cole Brown Trophy, which is one of the rounds of the 1.6 litre Oz Light Hydro. So again, 4 of those guys up from Victoria to run. They ran here last year, and it's fantastic to see them back this year.
Yeah, it certainly is, mate. We're looking at some of these fields here today, and you mentioned the Riverside initially. You know, it's a bit like Labor and Liberal. You know, we've got the outboards, we've got the inboards, we've got a bit of this and a bit of that. So, yep. You know, we cover for all tastes. You know, great to see. We got Tommy Carl back to defend his title with the sports mono class.
It's almost just his annual event, isn't it?
It is.
He blows the dust off every July to come and run that Mojo Racing mono outboard.
And I was speaking to him yesterday, and this is the first time he's jumped in the boat since last year. So there you go. But yeah, we've got 25 horsepower, 550cc. We've just got everything here today. It's been a very suggestive area. Thank you for everyone for your patience. We've had a lot of building work going on in Cogra Bay over the last couple of weeks. So there's been a lot of work that has gone into the last couple of days in preparation for today. Nathan, the water conditions here absolutely perfect currently. We can see the GP 101 going out onto the course. Of course, our good friend from Tamworth.
Yeah, the GP 101 boat, pretty much an unmistakable looking thing. Beautiful black GP Hydro with the flame job and flame and checkered flag over it. And as you mentioned, the team down from Tamworth. These guys, they've had this boat for a couple of years now, and they're just getting faster and faster every time they bring this thing out. They had a pretty successful event down at Yarrawonga as part of the EC Griffith Cup event. And as I mentioned, just going from strength to strength, these guys.
Okay, we can't do what we're doing today, both here at the venue and of course here on the GP Hydro live stream, courtesy of Scotty Lambert, our corporate sponsors, the St George Motorboat Club. They've been, of course, right here at the venue today. They're our front straight corporate sponsor. Where Benny Clark is heading now, the northern end of the course is the South Sydney detailing. Northern turn, you can see Benny now turning onto the back straight, known this weekend as the Bankstown Helicopters back straight. We'll wait a little bit further for our left-hand sponsor. These boats, Nate, capable of...
these boats easily capable of 140, 150 mile an hour. Actually, last weekend at Valleyfield in Canada is the big annual Valleyfield Regatta, which is the local Canadian or North American Grand Prix hydroplane class, is kind of the feature class of the event. And during the qualifying events, it was actually Brandon Kennedy, which is one of the American teams. He actually ticked over 160 mile an hour down the straight in his qualifying test run. He was out on the course all on his own, so the water was nice and smooth, but very impressive indeed, 160 mile an hour. So these Australian boats, as I mentioned, GP101 is probably still working their way up to that sort of speed, but the other boats, GP1 from the Harrison team, and then Warlord, the Marlin team, they're probably capable of that already.
Okay. And look, speaking about what happened in Valleyfield in Canada last weekend, we've probably got a lot of viewers from Canada watching us, watching the telecast today, Nathan. And needless to say, a number of the teams are over in New Zealand as well.
Yes, yeah, certainly. So that's one of the great things that this GP Hydro live streaming service provides is obviously if you can't get to a venue physically, you're still able to enjoy the action on the water. And as you mentioned, especially the Canadians, with that big event last weekend, they actually had a storm blow through on the Sunday afternoon and unfortunately cancelled the event, so they actually didn't get to run the final races in pretty much all of the categories. So they might feel a bit shortchanged and hopefully, joining in the stream this weekend to get their fix.
We saw Benny Clark this time last year, he had a really good weekend. A really good weekend. You can see that big rooster tail there, one of our favourite venues, Taree. Sometimes when they head up to the bridge turn, they throw up that much water, but the actual bridge just absolutely disappears. Whoa! Have we had a flat spin there?
Yes, a pretty significant situation there.
Maybe a prop or a dry.
Yeah, a bit hard to
prop shot maybe.
Provide any more detail just yet. You can see the canard wing at the front, sort of pointing skyward. So chances are the control rod or whatever it is has failed or got damaged in that incident. And good to see the lid hatch already up, and you can see Ben already climbing up out of the cockpit. So certainly a good sign after something like that.
Yeah, of course, these guys, what 5 point harnesses, all these guys are running?
6 point harness. Yeah. It's the full reinforced cockpit situation, as you mentioned, 6 point harness, oxygen system. Sort of the worst case scenario, the boat ends upside down or something like that. So the drivers are still able to stay composed and ideally get themselves out of the boat, which we just see Ben do on his own, thankfully. Because even though it was just a flat spin, obviously we heard the noise, we heard the sound. He was starting to get into it a bit. So pretty decent speed at that point in time when that happened. So obviously that team will be very keen to get that boat back and just check everything out in minute detail to make sure that they'll be good to go. Ideally, fingers crossed, continue on into the race program, but obviously but great to see the driver out of the cockpit.
We can see for people watching GP Hydro live stream, we can hear the Warlord Grand Prix Hydro being fired up in the pit area. Of course, Troy Marlin. Hey, let's talk about another Marlin here, his young son, Corey. He took out last year. He's back again to defend the title. The youngest ever at 16 years of age to attain the Wagot Trophy. That's, of course, for 5.2 litres. He's back again this week. Back again this year.
Yep.
Fine young fella, and he's behind the wheel of Sick Puppy.
Yes, yeah. So I believe they're running the 5 litre motor in that boat this weekend to again contest the Wagot Memorial, as you mentioned. So the Wagot Memorial is actually 5.2 litre open race. So we got displacements, we got hydros. There's 2 5 litre hydros. There was a third one entered, which unfortunately the KT boat Bova has been a bit of a late scratching, unfortunately. But the hydroplane's Impatient from the Vela team and Anderson Motorsports.
We've got a replay coming up by the looks of it here. We may tell us a little bit more, maybe not. But here we go. Yep. So as you said, Nath, he was just started to lean on the loud pedal a little bit, and next minute
I think this lap on screen is still warming up. I remember you commented about how much water was getting thrown up from the turn fin in that the previous turn. So we'll see Ben head up the back straight, all A-OK this particular run on this replay, and it'll be the next time around, right about that point on the course, where we just see a whole heap of white spray. So for those people here at the venue, obviously we've got to wait until the GP 101 boat gets towed back to the pit area, and there might be one or two more boats wanting to head out on the course for a shakedown run or a warm-up run, but we will be getting into the race program in just a little bit later.
But looks like we got heat one of the Len
Sheltrum.
Len Sheltrum. Yep.
That's the 2.7 litre Super Sport heat.
Yeah, so we'll
Heat
see.
one, sorry.
So we'll see.
There's two heats for that race. So first competitive race on the program.
And we've got pole positions here. We've got our starters as well, Nath. We've got out of pole one, a final feature, Greg Banks. Problem child, Mitch Williams. Now, he's come from the ski racing background, so he's going to have to learn how to turn left here. And just turn left, yeah. Crazy Duck Racing, of course, Peter Zola from the nation's capital. And Smith Family Racing, Joel Smith out of pole four. So, of course, Smith Family Racing, Joel Smith, you and I'd remember when Joel...
We're coming up on the replay, Craig. We're coming up to the incident in question. So as we can see, getting a bit of speed up in the back straightaway. Looks like he went over a little bit of wash or something. The boat went over, a little bit of wash or something like that. Seemed whether the boat moved to the right a bit. I'm not too sure. It's a bit hard to see from that angle. But thankfully, the boat stayed. It was just a flat spin. There wasn't anything untoward in terms of looked like it was going to tip up and over or anything like that. So thankfully, just a flat spin. Obviously, I'm sure the GP 101 team aren't thinking, thankfully, or luckily. But great to see. It's a relatively gentle incident. I hate to describe it that way, but
it's a good outcome.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely.
We can see on screen there, Nath, we can see Troy Marlin. Of course, Troy, another guy that's come through our Formula Future or Junior program, and look at the lofty heights he has reached.
Most definitely. And you mentioned about his young bloke, Corey. Well, Troy's a second generation racer, all on his own. So, and you'll probably hear that in the commentary quite a bit throughout the weekend. There's a lot of drivers here this weekend have grown up within the sport because their fathers or potentially even their mothers as well have been involved in powerboat racing, and it's great to see that those guys have now moved into the drivers' cockpits themselves, and as you mentioned, even some of their offspring already getting involved.
Yeah, certainly. And we can see on screen now, Nath, the Melton Toyota, Mr. Grant Harrison. Great to see Grant coming up for this weekend. You know, we talk about 3 Grand Prix hydroplanes. We've got 3 of the best in Australia currently.
Yes, most definitely. Probably in terms of the recent performance, we're probably the only one we're missing is the GP Hydro White Noise from up Grafton Way. Grant and Karen Healy owned and campaigned GP Hydroplane, successfully piloted by the one and only Mr. Ricky Howard. When I mentioned success, obviously the most recent back-to-back winners of the EC Griffith Cup, actually. So unfortunately, unable to make it here this weekend. But you mentioned the other 3 GP Hydros that are here.
Here we go.
Here we go. But you can see the boat did actually go over some wash and got a bit unsettled, and whether it's come down and the balance and the weight has just fallen on one of the sponsons just right in the wrong spot or something like that. I'm not too sure, but unfortunately that's just caused the boat to dig in, and obviously that part of the boat didn't want to go anywhere near as fast as the other parts.
And of course, Nathan, the course here at Cogra Bay, to our left, we're between the 2 bridges, Tom Ugley's and Captain Cook, and obviously there's traffic that goes through there, but we're very, very vigilant with all our on-safety craft and whatever. There's so many knots between the bridges, so we're very careful to make sure that there's no wash entering Cogra Bay.
Yes, we actually overheard at the drivers' briefing the officials mention that there's a couple of boats specifically positioned just to help mitigate that risk of spectator craft heading past the end of the racecourse. They obviously don't come sort of into the racecourse proper, but obviously any particular pleasure craft going through that channel can cause some rollers to eventually head down onto the racecourse. So as you mentioned, the St George Powerboat Club officials doing their absolute best to help keep that risk at an absolute minimum. We can see the GP 101 boat back to the jetty, or back to the wharf area. No doubt the crane will be getting ready to hook that boat up. And as we mentioned, the GP 101 team will do their absolute best to have a real close look at that boat at all angles, and with a microscope, no doubt, to make sure that A, there's no damage, and B, assess their chances of getting back involved in today's program anyway.
Well, when that does go back onto the truck, might pop down and have a bit of a squeeze, and hopefully
Right, we're down here with Cody Barry, the driver of She's the Culprit at St George Motorboat Club. You've just had a run on the water. What do you think of the track?
A lot better than the recent courses. A lot more space to have a look around and think. With the other courses, they're a little bit tighter, so it's not much room to think. But yeah, a lot better.
There's no walls or anything for the water to bounce off. Are you still getting a bit of chop in there on your own?
There was a little bit of chop down the bottom. I think there might have been some boats coming through the bottom turn buoy, so I just have to watch that in the races.
Yeah, rightio. Have you raced here at St George before?
In my little boat I have, the little open deck boat I had, but I'm not in the unlimited.
So this boat obviously feels a bit nicer on the water?
Oh yeah, a lot nicer.
Yeah. Rightio. You got a couple of sponsors to thank?
Gulf Western Oils, CDB Roofing, aka me, Dean Barry Roofing, aka Dad, and Jenkins Performance Engines.
Beautiful. Hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, so great to see.
Hello, my name's Corey Martin, this is my brother Zach Martin, this is Ollie, this is my boating puppy, and welcome to St George Powerboat Club.
So it looks as though there's been a couple of pre-recorded interviews. The first one there by Corey Marlin. So fantastic, as you mentioned, fantastic to see the whole Marlin crew bringing two boats with them this weekend. Two different drivers, one goal in mind, in common, that's for sure.
I tell you what, the apple hasn't fallen far from the tree, Nate, with young Corey. And I had the pleasure of meeting, young Zach yesterday, and I think the young fella's got his eye keenly on a couple of boats himself. So
wouldn't happen to be two big yellow ones, would they?
No. So their poor mum, Karita. Wonderful family, the Marlins. But heat one of the Len Sheltrum coming up, Nate.
Yes, so the 2,700cc Super Sport heat under the trophy name of the Len Sheltrum Trophy. We've got the likes of Greg Banks at the wheel of final feature. Eagle F1 from the Coen Brothers racing team. Sorry guys, we're just making sure we've got the right entry list in front of us.
Yeah, we have. So the Len Sheltrum, we've got heat one coming up. So final feature, Greg Banks out of one. Problem child, Mitch Williams. Great to see Mitch here this weekend. He's out of two. Out of three, Crazy Duck Racing, the man from Canberra. Of course, Peter Zala, and out of pole four, Joel Smith. We're going to say before that Joel's another one out of our Formula Future program a few years ago, and he's a sprightly young man now. And look at that wonderful drone footage there. The boat's heading up to what they call Gourley Bay up there. They're swinging round now. We can see Tom Ugly's bridge to our right. We can see Angelo Testalamuta, our start boat driver, very, very good driver in his own right. So the boat's coming up for the start. White flag aloft our pole boat there, Nath.
Yes, we've got Greg Banks in pole 1, Problem Child pole 2, Crazy Duck in 3, and Smith Family Racing in 4. You can see the boats lining up nicely with the start boat. White flag is still up and it drops just as I say that. Joel Smith gets the early jump on the outside so far, and Greg Banks going with him as well. And now the two boats out of the middle coming up as well.
Okay, coming up to the South Sydney detailing. First turn, and courtesy of the inside pole there, Greg Banks, look, raising the Piggle Forks nice and high. So he gets a good entry onto Bankstown Helicopters. Mitch Williams, he's gone up on the inside of Joel Smith.
Certainly has. So we've got Greg Banks still out in front at the moment. You mentioned Mitch Williams. He's stepped over from the... Greg Banks has slowed right up, potentially come to a stop. That will bring the caution flags out. Joel Smith goes around the outside and takes the lead at the moment. We went round pretty wide. It looks as though Mitch Williams might have cut a couple of turn boys there. He's gone inside the turn boys, which has given Joel Smith an even bigger advantage. Poor old Mitch Williams will cop some sort of penalty for that, unfortunately. But Peter Zala in Crazy Duck, currently on course in third place, but probably because of that indiscretion by Mitch Williams, who's potentially come to a stop now as well. So it looks as though we've only got the two boats moving at speed at the moment.
So Joel Smith driving the Bubba Hole 2.5 Carby Mercury, leading the pack. The Crazy Duck Racing machine. Peter Zoll. He's running two classes this weekend, the 2.5s and the opens, and so it looks like last time down the Bankstown Helicopter back straight. It's still that man, Joel Smith, leading out from Zala. Our two other drivers on the course, Mitch Williams and
Greg Banks.
And Banksy, they've both had problems and pulled off onto the centre of the course.
So Joel Smith with a comfortable lead at the moment, probably at least three quarters of the back straight, or at least half of the back straight, as you can see there now. So still comfortably out in front. This race split over two heats, so he can't rest on his laurels just yet. He can't ease up. It'll be the point system over two separate heats. We can see those other two stricken outboard tunnel boats basically have sort of floated in close to each other up the back straightaway. But it's Joel Smith now down the front straightaway. And as you mentioned, Peter Zala in Crazy Duck, doing his best to try and stay with him. A little bit off the pace. We saw Joel, he pretty much got the whole shot off the start line and took full advantage. We did see Greg Banks in final feature sneak up the inside by the end of the front straight. But at the moment, we've already touched on, unfortunately, final feature and Problem Child boats coming to a stop at the end of the Bankstown Helicopters back straight away.
So Joel just entering the Seacall Marine southern turn and onto the St George Motorboat Club front straight for what should be the checkered flag. And I'll tell you what, that's a bag full of points to the young fella from Seam, just north of Raymond Terrace. He'll take the checkers over Crazy Duck Racing, Peter Zala, and our two other drivers, Mitch Williams, Greg Banks, failed to finish.
So as we mentioned, that's Heat 1. Heat 2 will be on a little later this morning. Hopefully final feature will be able to sort out any mechanical issues which caused Greg Banks to pull up while he was in front. I'm not too sure of Mitch Williams' problem. As we mentioned, we did see him, he did come inside the turn boys at the end of that first straightaway. So whether he's just pulled up because he thought he did something wrong, or hopefully it's nothing mechanical. But hopefully we'll get word of his ability to continue on in this program.
Yeah, to finish first you must finish, mate. And you know, like Joel's running the spec with the Australian Final Powerboat Grand Prix series, and obviously down a bit in power compared to Greg Banks there.
Yep.
But he's finished, so he's got a bag full of points.
Yeah, it's and you mentioned that to finish first you must finish, and unfortunately, chances are it won't be the last time we say that here this weekend. Our first competitive race on the program, and we've had to, already had two boats that are unable to greet the checkered flag.
We can see beautiful. There we are. There's the big St George Motorboat Club. Look at we've got A, B, C, D, E, F arms. Look at those beautiful cruisers. I need a bank balance like Nathan Mills to hold. To own a few of those, I believe.
Oh, I wish.
Yeah. But we're inside the club calling off a big 50-inch TV screen, and you can see to the right there, for our viewers at home, that's the Captain Cook Bridge and Botany Bay further out. The beautiful Botany Bay. If you look further to the left part of Botany Bay, you'll see, well, you won't see, but that's the direction of our Kingsford Smith, the runways there. So a beautiful part of Sydney is the St George Motorboat Club here at Cogra Bay, San Susie. A beautiful spot.
Most definitely. You can see the major sponsor for this racing event here this weekend is the St George Motorboat Club itself, and as you can see from that drone picture, the Motorboat Club doing some improvements, doing some extensions to those wharves, as you just mentioned. And like you said, certainly a pretty special place in Old Sydney town. We can see the skyline of the central business district off in the distance there. So here at St George, we're only a stone's throw from the middle of the city, really. Basically 10-15 minute drive and you're pretty much here. So for those people unfamiliar with the area, that's just how close we are to the big smoke, as they say.
Yeah, and of course they are our major sponsor. They've provided this racing venue for over 100 years and continue to support powerboat racing through generous financial support of the Powerboat Club. All the races presented this weekend are sponsored by the St George Motorboat Club and the subsidiary groups. They are the Marina's Edge Restaurant, the Bay Breeze Cafe, the Waterfront Function Centre, the St George Motorboat Sales Office. So please come and enjoy the hospitality. I was here with my two daughters on Tuesday, Nate, and we're up at Marina's Edge. I tell you what, you've never seen two girls demolish a seafood platter like mine. And absolutely magnificent food and an absolute fantastic venue. I can't recommend it any further.
Yes, you took the words right out of my mouth in terms of the seafood platter. I've enjoyed one of those myself a couple of times, previous events, and even just social occasions as well. You doesn't have to be a race meeting for you to enjoy the facilities of the St George Motorboat Club. So we can see it's actually race 3 on the program, but the 5.2 litre open, which is the Wagot Memorial. We can see the boat Impatient on the crane, heading towards the water. There are, as we mentioned, there are some displacement boats taking part in this race as well.
And isn't it great to see with our good friends from GP Hydro, those people watching at home, they've just put up, and it's now disappeared. But
program?
But
that's later in the day.
Later in the day, and should be the last race of the day. Should be the St George Powerboat Club Invitation, and of course tomorrow, the final race, Champion of Champions, and we get the best of the best there.
Exactly. I was mentioning that to someone during the week about that's one of the pretty special things with powerboat racing in Australia. Sure enough, we have our individual classes, but we do have some of these open invitational events, which, as you just mentioned, literally take the best of the best. So, the fastest one or two from the fastest classes will then pitch themselves against each other in the Champion of Champions event, last race of the weekend.
Okay, we can see on the screen, courtesy of GP Hydro live stream, we can see the Impatient boat there. If you look into the background there, you can see our control tower. You can see Stuart Mansfield there, our flaggy. So that's where all the hard and easy decisions are made. Normally, you and I do a bit of commentary up there, but on the big days, the last thing they want is two commentators yelling and screaming. But no, it's as Nath did allude to before. There's going to be extension of a number of the arms here at the marina. The boat here, Impatient. There's a lot of history in this boat. You being the former head of New South Wales Hydroplanes, you certainly know a little bit about this boat.
Yeah, certainly. We can see there on camera at the moment, driver Lockie Vella at the left. It's just assisting that boat as it gets lowered down into the water. This will be, I think this is the first event we have young Lockie driving the Impatient boat. The boat's traditionally driven by Dad Paul Vella, excuse me, and Lockie Vella was actually most recently at the helm of the boat that will also be joining him on the water, now known as Anderson Motorsports, or AMS. That was previously Lockie's own boat. It used to be called Horlin. But Lockie and the Vella team have also something pretty special going on in the shed at the moment, which can't provide too much detail just yet. But part of the reason for Lockie being at the wheel of Impatient this weekend is no doubt getting some experience and fine-tuning his driving craft. And yeah, obviously getting ready for the 5.2 litre Open Ken Wagot Memorial. These guys in this 5 litre class hold the Wagot Memorial right up there. It is one of, if not the most prestigious 5.2 litre races in the country, and it's fantastic to see excuse me, the Impatient boat actually only got the 5 litre engine back together only in the last couple of weeks in readiness for this event. So that boat was going to get a little bit of a freshen up and was potentially going to the 6 litre class, but they've got the 5 litre, the little 5 litre motor back in for this weekend. And as we mentioned, young Lockie Vella at the wheel, and we will see the Anderson Motorsport boat, which is that white hydro with the blue and red, blue slashes and the red star. We will see Brendan Anderson at the wheel of this boat. Brendan only owning the boat maybe 6 months or so, and already has run at a number of events. This is probably the first major event with Brendan at the wheel.
There you
and,
go.
So it'll be interesting to see
I'm
how
Greg
these
Holland.
two
Welcome
boats,
to St George
stack up
Motorboat Club.
against each other. Looks as though we've got
Yeah,
another
right. Thanks,
guest
Brenton.
commentary.
Always a pleasure coming
We'll,
to this
cross
place.
over
I've sort of been here a few years.
the one and only Greg
It's
Holland.
like I said, the conditions are quite good at the moment. We had a good trip down from Victoria. We brought quite a few Victorian boats up there, so we intend to put a bit of a show on for the New South Wales people up here, and what better place to be at St George Motorboat Club.
Perfect.
For those of you here at St George, Greg Holland's owner of the Holly Boys racing team. They've brought 2 little 1.6 litre at the moment. This boat actually happens to be built by the exact same builder as the red boat Impatient that we just saw get lowered into the water. So Mr. Graham Howard, one of the country's greatest hydroplane race boat builder, not just hydroplanes, he's had his hand in all sorts a lot of tunnel boats earlier on in terms of the 70s and the 80s. And then probably early to mid-90s, he turned his hand at having a bit of a lash at building a hydroplane race boat. And it was just, those boats were basically just helped lift the profile of hydroplane racing in this country. And this boat on camera at the moment, the one sailing through the air under the crane, is one of those magnificent Howard hydroplanes. So this little boat does look a bit smaller than the red Impatient boat because it is in a different class. These boats running 1.6 litre Toyota Corolla motors. We've got 4 Auslights here this weekend. And I'm not too sure if all 4 of them are getting lifted in and out of the water on the crane. So that's why while the 5.2 litre Wagot Race, all those entries get ready, the crane going to be working overtime all weekend. Actually, Craig has got a lot of hydros to get in and out of the water throughout this race program.
Yeah, certainly is the case, Nathan. And for people here at the venue or even at home, Nathan, we've got to understand occasionally that we may have to mix and match a few of the races depending on, cranes availability and the like. A number of our displacements are on the other side of the club. They're very close to the ramp. We should get some racing very, very shortly. We did see the Impatient boat get hauled into the water first.
And then we did see the Anderson Motorsport boat. Looks as though it was getting taken over to the ramp to get launched by the ramp instead of the crane. So we are getting the race boats ready for our next competitive race, which will be the 5.2 litre open inboard Ken Wagot Memorial. We mentioned the 2 hydroplanes that are entered in that race. I'm just reaching for our entry sheet. So 4 entries. Excuse me. We mentioned Anderson Motorsports. He'll be outside in pole 4. The red Hydro Impatient, he'll be out of pole 2. But out of pole 1, we've got Melody 11. This boat thrown the 5 litre motor back in for this weekend. We saw the Kilpatrick family with the Melody race team recently try something a little bit different. They bolted on a decent sized single turbo on the back of the motor and having a bit of a lash in the unlimited class. But as I mentioned, it's a bit of an indication at the prestige and the high profile that this Ken Wagot Trophy actually has within the powerboat fraternity. And the example being the Melody team stepped back down from the unlimited class to run this 5 litre class this weekend. And sorry, just quickly, the 4th entry in the Wagot is Sick Puppy with Corey Marland at the helm.
Going back to the Kilpatricks, Nath, you've got to expect the unexpected, and they support this club well and truly, and invariably we're walking up to Brian and saying, what engine you got in here today? Because it always seems to be different. But it's great to see him contesting the Wagot again, as he always does. Speaking of the Ken Wagot Memorial, the trophy was donated by members of the Wagot family in memory of Ken Wagot. And of course, Ken was from Wagot Engineering, Wagot Speed Equipment, and driver of the Major and Flea, who tragically drowned at the age of 48 on the evening of the 11th of June 1972 during the Queen's Birthday Regatta weekend at the Royal Motor Yacht Club, Newcastle. This 5.2 litre, originally 5 litre, Open Inboard Championship was originally a New South Wales District Championship deeded to be conducted annually by the Royal Motorboat Club Newcastle at Toronto during their annual Queen's Birthday weekend. When the Royal Motorboat Club ceased racing, the trophy, with the approval of the Wagot family, was transferred to this club, the St George Motorboat Club, for annual competition. It's unique that it is conducted over 4 heats of racing on one day, and is one of the most keenly contested restricted class championships today. So a lot of steeped in a lot of history. This race, this Memorial.
Trophy,
No.
Yep. Yeah. Well, you mentioned about to finish first. First, you must finish.
Yeah.
Well, the Ken Wagot, as you mentioned, 4 heats. And I'm pretty sure they're 4 laps as well. So in terms of powerboat racing, that is a big ask for any boat to run at speed for that many laps, that many races at the one event. So all of these boats will be gunning for that trophy. I've been involved in a couple of hydroplanes crewing for Andrew Petty at the boat at the helm of Stack Injection was the name of the boat. And he, a member of the St George Motorboat Club, he was having a pretty good run. I think he finished first and second in the first 2 or 3 heats, and then the 4th heat, things were looking good, but he snapped an output shaft of the gearbox. So unfortunately, no chocolates at all at the end of the 4 heats. And as we mentioned, especially on this St George course, it is a very big ask of a powerboat to last 4 laps, 4 heats, up against the toughest class competition in the country, basically.
Yeah. Okay, going back to the Wagot, and one of Tari's most famous people, Rhonda Rodikovic, coming down this weekend to contest again.
Yes, well, she's not on the entry list for the Wagot, so I'm not too sure we're going to see her join in. She does run a 5-litre boat, but the last couple of seasons she's been running in some of the restricted speed classes, but the boat eligible to run the Wagot, so you never know. Hopefully we do see a little yellow displacement boat join in the entries for the Wagot.
But that was remiss of me, because normally we're used to seeing it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, so no, my mistake, and my apology, ladies and gents. But
and we mentioned, the Ken Wagot. Craig, you just mentioned some of the history of the trophy. For those hot rodders or muscle cars, or car-based speed enthusiasts, you might recognise the name of Ken Wagot, and it was literally Ken Wagot who came up with the Wagot-headed Holden way back when. He ran his own speed shop or engineering shop, and which was why he was held in such high esteem. As you mentioned, at the Royal Motor Yacht Club up at Toronto, and then that history, that prestige is now transferred to here at the St George Motorboat Club. So we can see that the next Ozlite Hydro, the white one, the 100, campaigned by the Harrison team, which is the same team that runs the Grand Prix Hydro GP1. Must admit, I'm not too sure who's at the wheel of this boat, whether it is actually Grant driving here this weekend. There was talk of another driver having a lash, but hopefully we might sneak a chance of seeing which driver actually gets into the cockpit of the 100 Ozlite boat. The boat on screen at the moment is Twister, driven by Brad Holland, the second of the Holly Boys racing team running in the Ozlite class here this weekend.
Test 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
That boat soon to be on the crane and lifted up into the air. And then the 4th entry for the Ozlite category this weekend is the one and only Dewey Nichols. The S15. That's the older style shovel nose. I do believe it's a Donzi design hull.
1, 2.
We all know Dewey Nichols. He has an absolute ball racing around in, as I just mentioned, it is one of the older boats, if not the oldest in the category. But Dewey Nichols has an absolute ball every time he gets out on the water, and it's fantastic to see Dewey back up at the St George Spectacular again this year.
1, 2.
I think it was his first year up here last year. So that's enough of the Oslights for the moment. Looks as though we've got our 5 litre boats heading out on the course. The big red Hydro, Impatient, with Lockie Vella at the wheel. Heads out onto the course. You'll just be heading out for a siding lap or a warm-up lap. The Anderson Motorsport boat will no doubt be not too far behind him. And we can only assume Melody and Sick Puppy, the 2 displacements, will also be heading out very, very soon for a warm-up lap. We've got the displacement boats now heading out on the water as well. Sick Puppy, which is the white boat, with that nice black air scoop over the top of the carby. Or the injection system, actually. Sorry, it is a fuel injected boat. A pretty hot little engine in that boat. Is still restricted to 5.2 litre capacity. But as Craig mentioned a little bit earlier, anything with the Marlin Racing name, and it's pretty special to watch.
And you haven't been able to hear the commentary. We're trying to work on that as we speak. This is Heat 1 of the Wagon. Steepest track.
Many a record in this boat. Sun locking, now behind the wheel. Tunnel boats, the light, and we can see a Sick Puppy next door in Marlin. We're 17 years old now.
Great view there, Tom Oakley's bridge in the background. Just a bit of a warm up, and our start boat.
Yeah, it certainly is. You mentioned Lockie driving a tunnel boat for a few years. In the hydroplane ranks, we call that going to the dark side. He's since seen the light and come on back to the inboard hydroplane ranks. As I mentioned, he campaigned the white hydroplane that's out there at the moment, currently called Anderson Motorsports, under Brendan Anderson, but Lockie Vella was the previous owner and campaigner of this boat. So we can see the boats start to line up as they head on up the back straightaway. We've got Melody out of pole 1, Impatient out of pole 2, Sick Puppy out of pole 3, and Anderson Motorsport out of pole 4. And not to preempt things, but as luck would have it, poor old Brendan Anderson, he's drawn pole 4 for each of the 3 heats for the Ken Wagot. So that's going to be interesting. Sorry, I think I might have mentioned that mentioned a bit earlier that there was going to be 4 heats for the Wagot, so apologies for that. Like I said, it is 4 laps long, but 3 individual heats. So we can see the boats now line up. The nose of the race boat needs to be in line with the transom of the start boat. You can see this by the drone footage on screen at the moment. White flag is still up. As the boats come onto the racecourse proper, white flag is down and away they go. Sick Puppy with the early jump. Now Impatient starts to stretch the legs. The hydroplanes start to dance on top of the water. Brendan Anderson going with Sick Puppy on the outside. Don't forget Melody. He's right up there on the inside as well. He's got the nice and tight turn around the South Sydney detailing. First turn as they head on down the back straightaway. It looks as though Anderson Motorsports potentially having to pull out. He didn't head on down the back straightaway. Certainly wasn't able to keep up, but it's Lockie Vella in Impatient. Comfortably out in front. Good to see the AMS boat still running just at the back of the pack. We've got a nice battle going on, Craig, for second place.
Oh, look on the inside, ladies and gentlemen, Patrick on the inside, Marlon on the outside, what a ding dong, we've got the second and third, and then from the Marlon, Corey on the outside, and Charlie, big place already on, makes the helicopter back straight, however, look at this race, the second and third, all over the place they are, 2 great races, Kilpatrick and Marlon. That was the end of some Motorsport hydroplane. You can see, there it is there on screen, Nathan.
Yeah, so Brendan Anderson's still going. I did think I might have seen just as the boats were snuck out of frame, the Sick Puppy boat might have done a bit of a right-hand turn at the end of the front straightaway. So we're going to try and wait to see what eventuates with that. But it looks as though Anderson Motorsports still continuing on. He might be up into second place. I was going to say that, but he's still down the back of the pack. We've got Corey Marlin just in front of Brendan Anderson, who's stuck out on the outside. But it's Lockie Vella comfortably out in front at the moment. Sick Puppy boat still continuing on, but as mentioned, did have a bit of an incident at the end of the front straightaway. Might have just landed the wrong way on one of the rollers from the previous lap, and it just didn't turn in anywhere near as tight and as fast as what he wanted. So the Melody boat has also seemed to have disappeared from our vision. So hopefully that boat all still in one piece. But it looks as though Corey Marlin's back up at full race pace. So Melody boat has come to a stop on the race course at some point. We did just see a quick flash up on the screen, but it is still Impatient. As I mentioned, comfortably out in front, Brendan Anderson. His first race meeting here at St George with this boat. Doing well. Impatient heading up the back straightaway. Potentially for the last time in Heat 1.
Yeah, this the second occasion for Anderson Motorsport. They competed at one of the... Corey coming out of Seacall Marine, the southern end of the course, onto the St George Motorboat Club.
Yes, it certainly was. We touched on the Melody team previously running unlimited with a turbocharger bolted onto the back of the engine, down in the engine bay. But for this event, stepping back, if you like, back to the 5.2 litre class. And as you mentioned, that first lap Very competitive indeed between those two. Brian Kilpatrick had the inside running of the sick puppy boat and managing to keep him at bay. As we mentioned, Corey did have some sort of, I might call it an incident, but certainly, like I said, whether it just the boat fell down on a roller from the previous lap, just slightly less than desirable, if you want to call it that. And the boat sort of stayed straight and even veered ever so slightly to the right when he should have been turning left. It was certainly wasn't a dangerous situation because the Melody boat was on the inside, so at no risk of getting close to each other. But we can see on screen at the moment the big red Hydro impatient, making the way back into the crane lift area. And a successful Heat 1 by the Vela family racing team for the Ken Wagot Memorial. 1 down, 3 to go, as mentioned. 2 to go. 4 laps in each heat. So a very big ask for these race boats to run 12 very competitive race laps on this Cogra Bay racecourse. And we can hear the mighty power and the might and noise of the 1.6 litre Toyota motors. They might sound like a swarm of bees, but these boats capable of probably, I think the kilo record for these boats is up to about 107 miles an hour now. So for these little boats, for a little 1.6 litre engine displacement, very competitive, very fast indeed.
You want to get the pulse? Yeah.
So it looks as though we will have the yellow boat Biohazard out of pole 1. Then the white Melton Toyota. I think I might have called it the 100 boat. That's the race number on the side of that boat says 100. The reason I mention that because the Harrison team actually used to run 2 of these boats side by side, and they were painted up and stick it up exactly the same. The only difference being one had the number, I think it was 86 on the side of it, and the other one was 100. So that's why I've got that number in my head. But this weekend it's entered under the banner of Melton Toyota.
We can see the boat on display, courtesy of GP Hydro live stream. That is the hull is what they call a Donzi. It's driven by Dewey Nichols, the legendary Dewey Nichols. 1.6 litre Toyota Corolla engine. He sponsors Gasser Ski Racing, Grain to Glass Brewery, Carlisle Engineering, Specialised Fitness and Recovery. He's a very, very special young man. Has a very big following of young ladies following him around the circuit. He'll have an autograph session at the end of today's racing. You can see the 2 yellow boats, of course, they coming out of Victoria also. Young Oscar Stevenson. The hull there is a Howard hull powered by a 1.6 litre Toyota Corolla. His sponsors, Land Transport, Elevator Placement Services and BHS Electrical. Brad Holland, another different hull, Henderson, and his sponsors Custom Air, EPS Site Supply and BHS Electrical. And of course, Nathan may have alluded to Grant Harrison, double duty for this man this weekend. He's got a Ron Jones Jr. hull. So we got this race has 4 different hulls competing. All basically the same engines. And Grant's great sponsor, of course, his company, Melton Toyota.
Yes, you just touched on the 4 different types of boats, and interestingly enough, a bit of an international feel to these boats and these designs. You mentioned Ron Jones Jr., which is the white boat on screen at the moment, the Melton Toyota boat. The Harrison team imported a frame kit from Ron Jones Jr. from the States. The boat was actually assembled here in Australia, but was brought in as a kit boat from the US of A. And the other boat, you mentioned the Henderson Hydroplane, which is the yellow boat called Twister. That boat was built completely over in the States. And that boat brought in by the Holy Boys team and Brad Holland only a couple of years ago, and reconfigured to run this 1.6 litre class. And it's been pretty competitive so far. It's a nice and light boat, modern composite construction, much the same as the GP1 boat. Whereas the Howard Hydroplane, which is the yellow boat that will be coming out of Pole 1, the biohazard boat, it's primarily timber construction, certainly in the centre frame section. I think the sponsons might be fiberglass or composite on the outside. And as you mentioned, the Donzi boat, bit of an Italian feel there on that one. So we've got the white flag up from the start boat. They head down the back straightaway. We've got Biohazard out of 1. Melton Toyota out of 2. Twister out of 3. That boat might have already headed off down into the start area. It doesn't seem to be in this pack as they head down the back straightaway. And we have S15 with Dewey Nichols on the outside, which is the older style open cockpit Donzi boat, as we've already mentioned. Obviously, very trusty, very faithful engine setup and hull design. There used to be a lot of these little Donzi Hydros running around. Originally, this class, the Ozlights, 1.6 litre Toyota Corolla motor, they used to be known as the Formula Fords, and they used to run 1.6 litre Cont Ford motors, basically the same engines from the Formula Ford car race category. But at some point in the early 90s, I believe, the class evolved to the more modern twin cam 1.6 litre Toyota Corolla motor.
Yeah, coming up at the start, we'll talk about Formula Fords right after the race. So we've got young Oscar Stevenson coming off the inside, Grant Harrison out of 2, out of 3, Bradley Holland, and of course Dewey Nichols coming out of pole 4. But it's looks like Oscar Stevenson, he's had a great start. Twister, Brad Holland. There's only 3 boats heading up to South Sydney detailing, and I think he has stopped on the course. Good battle here between young Oscar and the seasoned veteran Grant Harrison. Onto the Bankstown helicopter back straight. Dewey Nichols back in 3rd. Look at the young fella, but the veteran race has come up on the outside and saying, see, this is how it's done, young fella. But he's going to force him right round the outside, coming out of Bankstown helicopters into Seacor Marine. Young Oscar will have that good real estate on the inside. Harrison's going to have to go wide, Nathan.
Yes, the Melton Toyota boat not quite far enough in front to potentially cut in tight, but as we can see there, Grant very much keeping the biohazard boat nice and tight, didn't let the boat drift out, try and keep the speed up. He had the nose in front, so he managed to keep him nice and tight, which basically meant biohazard just had to back off just that little bit further. But down the front straight away, the biohazard boat potentially ever so slightly longer legs, but just losing out in the corners a little bit. But when I say that, biohazard back up, nearly side by side as they head down the Bankstown helicopter back straight away. The white Melton Toyota boat out in front. And we can see the boat Twister back on the crane. So obviously unable to get out on the racecourse and join Heat 1 action in the 1.6 litre Ozlight racing here this weekend. But back out on the racecourse, we've got Melton Toyota just again with the nose in front, but the boat biohazard, he's sticking with him. We'll see what Oscar can do down the St George Motorboat Club front straight, whether they can get back within pouncing distance Looks as though Grant's successfully been able to keep the nose cleanly out in front, but as we mentioned, he's got the longer way to go around the outside. Oscar's stuck back up again on the inside. Bit of a cat and mouse one, this one, Craig.
Certainly is, and I was just, as the two boats were going through South Sydney detailing, I was thinking you and I were Eastern Creek Speedway. They went in sprint car style there, both the guys, in the white and yellow boats. The Donzie there of Dewey Nichols doing a great job back in third, but down in power. But look at this. Should be final time coming up to Seacall Marine. Oh, Stevenson's come up on the inside, on the outside, the veteran racer Harrison. Harrison's going to hang on, I believe. And Harrison should come up and take the checkered flag for a great win. But I tell you what, a fabulous second going to Oscar Stevenson, the boy from Geelong in Victoria. A great race. He had that good inside real estate, Nate. But by the looks of it, we're still on a race lap. I missed the yellow flag, so my apologies. So Bankstown Helicopters last time. We can see the Donzie there coming up to accept the yellow flag, and of course Dewey Nichols. There we go for the yellow flag. So final time. There's the yellow flag. So Harrison extending the lead, coming up to Seacall Marine.
Yes, just one rooster tail in front. We mentioned Grant does have to go around the longer way. Biohazard doing his very best to try and crawl back, creep back some of that advantage that the Melton Toyota boat has got, but down the final straightaway to greet the checkered flag, we have the Melton Toyota at the wheel, Grant Harrison, but a very competitive result there from the Biohazard. You mentioned Oscar at the wheel there, but the one and only Dewey Nichols continues on down the back straight for the final time in this first heat. As we mentioned in the old trusty, the old faithful Donzie open cockpit style design. Dewey lets the boat drift out around the corner, try and keep the boat speed up. Down the final straightaway. Chances are you'll see Dewey Nichols raise the hand at some point. He normally does as he comes across the finish line. Bit of a wave. But looks as though he's saving that for a little bit later in the day. As you mentioned, potentially one of those autograph signing sessions, Craig.
I tell you what, Nate, I've never met a human being that loves life as much as Dewey. He loves his power boats, he loves life, he loves everything, and he hasn't got a bad word to say about anything or anybody. Some of our great footage you can see there, ladies and gentlemen, our control tower, and you can see Neil Cullis, one of our cameramen for GP Hydro live stream. He's underneath the tarp there, so he's providing us with some great footage. So the boat's going back in between the A and B arms there. Geez, I was impressed with young Oscar last year, but I tell you what, another 12 months under his belt, and he's just got better and better, Nate.
Yeah, certainly has. And this boat slightly older than the GP1, supported Melton Toyota boat, the white one. We call it GP1 because it's painted up exactly the same. But yeah, so certainly not bad for an older style boat to try and match it. The boat Biohazard did have the advantage of pole 1. And the next race out on the water will be our 550cc Outboards. So as Dewey Nichols and the little S15 heads into the ramps, we see our 550cc Outboards on the way out. On screen at the moment, a replay of the start of that 1.6 litre Oswald race. You can see 3 starters there. Unfortunate non-starter being the boat Twister, which traditionally has been pretty much the one that's been able to take it to Harrow in the Melton Toyota boat. But if one yellow boat's down, another one steps up.
Yeah, it was a great charge down the St George Motorboat Club front straight on the start there, Nate. Heading into South Sydney Detailing. You can just see cars park on the left-hand side of our screen there. Look at this. Look how close the young fella gets to the veteran. Just holds his line. But I tell you what, obviously the veteran racer there, Grant Harrison, has a lot of confidence in young Oscar to be that close on the racetrack. He opened up a bit the first time round on Bankstown helicopters. But this is, you can see Grant being on the outside. He had to take that wider line. He opened it up a little bit there for Oscar. Oscar had to keep it tight. Look at that nice circumference around Seacall Marine and onto the St George Motorboat Club front straight. Of course, it wasn't too long ago Oscar Stevenson was in our Formula Future program that then progressed to Formula 4, I believe, and now he's courtesy of the Holland family. We saw Greg Holland on screen before. Of course, the name Holland's synonymous in powerboat racing. He's taken it with open arms, so well done to Greg Holland, giving a young bloke a go. We can see our 550cc's out on the water. I might give them a lap or two to warm up. That is our next race, and we have 550cc. Thank you very much, Nathan. PD Racing. Aaron Pratt, he'll come out of pole 1. Pole 2, Frisky Pamela. Michael Thompson, out of 3, Rod Burns, commonly called Rowdy. And our 2 lady racers, out of 4, Ragged Edge, Melissa King. And of course, Alison James in Wild Ginger. Rod Burns, he's been the standout driver at our Super Series or Club Days here, Nath. But I tell you what, the 2 young ladies, they're just getting better and better.
Yes, they certainly are, and especially Alison. She's been at the wheel of this Wild Ginger boat for a number of years now. So
that's Alison James, driver of Wild Ginger. Ragged Edge is, of course, Melissa.
Yes, sorry. A number of years under her belt at the wheel of Wild Ginger. And you mentioned the boat Frisky Pamela. We're going to have to try and chase Michael Thompson to get the background. Where on earth did that name come from? But
of course, his big mono boat is called Eleanor, so there's some...
there's something there with ladies' names.
So it's lined up. The white flag has dropped. Boat out of pole 1. PD Racing gets the early jump. Rowdy Burns in the Gambler, trying to go with him. And it might be a Ragged Edge.
No, Michael Thompson.
Michael Thompson, sorry. Currently in 3rd place. A little bit out wide. But it is the PD Racing, Aaron Pratt, in pole 1. Couple of boat lengths lead already, taking full advantage of that inside line of the South Sydney detailing turn. But we've got the boats in positions 2 and 3, trying to stretch the legs down the back straightaway. Frisky Pamela and the Gambler.
3rd.
And it looks as though Ragged Edge and Wild Ginger rounding out the pack. So it's getting competitive up the pointy end of the field. PD Racing having a little bit of a wild time heading into that turn. Rowdy Burns in the Gambler having a smoother run into the turn. But again, having to go the long way around to the outside.
Yeah, look at this, ladies and gentlemen, onto the St George Motorboat Club front straight. Look at this, side by side. Burns goes to the lead, pushing Pratt back to 2nd. Frisky Pamela, driven by Michael Thompson, in 3rd. And the 2 lady racers, Ragged Edge and Wild Ginger, in 4th and 5th respectively. But he's been very, very good for the 4 rounds of the Super Series at the St George Motorboat, St George Powerboat Club. This year, Pratt will try and come back on the inside. He's got that good real estate. But Burns, he's opened up and he has sufficient space to change the lane legally. But water conditions absolutely magnificent here at Cogra Bay. So roughly about halfway up the Bankstand helicopter back straight. Burns has really opened up that lead on Pratt, pushing Michael Thompson, Frisky, Pamela, similar gap back in third. We saw a fair bit on social media from Michael during the week. He was very confident about his chances. I think Rod Burns might have been looking at that social media and he's tried to put him to bed fairly early in the day, Nate.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that Frisky Pamela boat running a Nissan outboard. Certainly not a engine manufacturer you hear that too much when it comes to outboard powerboat racing, but Michael Thompson trying something a bit different. But in saying that, Rowdy Burns headed down the path of the faithful, trusty 40 horsepower Tohatsu, showing a clean pair of heels to the rest of the field at the moment. We've got the boat PD Racing, turns left into the South Sydney detailing turn. Frisky Pamela, powered by that little Nissan outboard, currently in third place. Just slipped out of the wash of the PD Racing boat to have a bit of a lash down the back straightaway. Yellow flag, last lap. Rowdy Burns currently comfortably out in front. Heads into the Seacall Marine turn for the final time in the first heat of our 550cc outboards.
So it's Victory Lane. Checkered flag time again for Rod Burns. So congratulations going to Rod in the Gambler. He'll take the win over Aaron Pratt. So Aaron Pratt in PD Racing. Frisky Pamela, there's Michael Thompson. We'll move back into fourth place there. That's Ragged Edge Melissa King and Wild Ginger Alison James. So of course we had two Zwencraft hulls in that race and three Echukas. And Rod Burns has a Zwencraft hull 40 horsepower Tohatsu, proudly sponsored by TND Transport, Cumberland Reach Outboard Club. And as Nate did allude to, Frisky Pamela, a Nissan, not a Tohatsu, which is the common horsepower. But
Here
very
with Ben
competitive
Clark, the driver
for
of
racing,
GP101. We just saw you
we've
out
got
there
Betty
on the
Clark
racetrack.
ready to
You had a bit
speak,
of
and I'm sure
water
we're
coming
going to
outside
find
the boat.
out a little bit more about that
Do you want to
free
explain
spin.
what happened?
Yeah, mate, we were just out there warming up, just warming up the engine and everything, and then had a little bit of give it a squirt down the back straight, and something's let go on us, and it's just done a big flat spin, so thankfully I'm all right, and the boat's not too bad, but yeah, one of those things, it was all good till it wasn't.
Yeah, it's quite disappointing. The boat's been actually going quite well lately. You went down and got the Anzac Cup down at Yarrawonga.
Yeah, we're looking forward to a good weekend, but that's boat racing, so anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately that sometimes happens, but you're here talking,
yeah,
there's no problems.
Yeah, so no,
Rightio.
we're all good. So no, we'll live to fight another day.
Looks like the bar's calling.
Yep, thanks, bud.
Thank you.
Certainly hard luck there for Ben Clark at the wheel of GP101. We obviously saw on the stream and out in front of us and his warm-up run this morning, as he just mentioned, something's let go in the back of the boat, so potentially a steering component or something like that, and the boat's done a flat spin, and it sounds as though that issue or the damage is serious enough to for them to have to pull the pin for today by the sounds of it?
Yeah, terribly bad news there, Nate.
Issue or the damage is serious enough to for them to have to
News there, Nate. He fixed. But terribly bad luck for Ben. So anyway, that's sometimes happens in high-powered motorsport, as we know, and sometimes the bigger they are, Nate, the bigger they fall.
Yeah, well, certainly more spectacular result, which, as we saw, was just a wall of white water as that boat spun around. You just, before the incident happened, you just commented on the wall of water from the turn fin, the rooster tail as we call it, as he went into the South Sydney detailing turn. We've actually got a replay on screen at the moment, so as we mentioned, he was building up some speed, building up some pace in this warm-up run, heading down the back straight, and as we just found out, it seems as though some sort of hardware component let go in the back of the boat and allowed that boat to essentially do a flat spin almost just in the length of the boat itself, but it came to a screaming halt in a very short amount of time, so would have been quite the experience for Ben in the cockpit, no doubt, and but fantastic to see. He's still pretty much in good spirits. Obviously, a bit of work to do for the team. Hopefully, we'll find out a little bit more whether there's any chance of him running the rest of this weekend at all. Obviously, a bit of work to do before that occurs. But as you mentioned, fantastic to see Ben A, all in one piece, and B, in pretty good spirits considering.
Yeah, okay.
Here with Joel Smith.
Looks like we got Joel Smith ready to speak.
Sheltrum
Over to you, Hayden.
What do you think of the track out there today?
Oh, it's actually really smooth this time around. Usually when you come to St George, it's known for being a bit rough, but the water out there is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, you seem to be pretty comfortable out there. What do you think of the competition?
Oh, there was really good competition. Unfortunately, a couple of guys stopped down with some technical issues, but apart from that, it was just a really good race. It's the first time I've driven the boat in over 12 months, so it's just good to be back in the seat.
There doesn't seem to be many people running around the boat fixing anything, so it means you turn the boat around pretty quick after that?
Yeah, so we're all about ready to go again. We just need to put the prop on, put the covers on to go again, so we can race all day if we want to.
Very good. Hope you have fun next time.
Yeah, I will. I can't wait to talk to you guys again later.
Speaking of Joel Smith, we've got Heat 2 of the Len Sheltrum coming up. We saw a commanding win earlier on today. Unfortunately for Final Feature and Problem Child, they were non-finishers. So we do have Heat 2 of the Len Sheltrum for 2700 Super Sport, an Australian title. We've got 3 boats. Crazy Duck Racing, Peter Zala out of 1. Out of 2, Smith Family Racing, Joel Smith. And Problem Child, Mitch Williams out of pole 3. So we can only see 2 boats following our pole boat. So maybe Mitch didn't make the start. So Angelo Testalamuta brings the boat out of Gawley Bay onto the St George Motorboat Club front straight. We can see the white flag aloft. So we've got Zala on the inside, Smith on the outside. These guys had a tremendous first lap in Heat 1, Nate.
Yeah, it certainly did. We saw Smith had the slightly longer legs, got the nose out in front at the drop of the flag as well. But Crazy Duck trying to go with him. He will have the inside run of the turn as they head into the South Sydney detailing turn. They managed to come out of that turn pretty much side by side. Crazy Duck getting the nose out, literally just the nose out in front, but Joel Smith puts the hammer down. Now gets a couple of boat lengths out. He's going to have to stay out in lane 2 or 3 as Crazy Duck is able to stay nice and tight around in pole 1, lane 1, sorry. And you can see Crazy Duck trying to do a nice, even, smooth turn, whereas Joel Smith, we saw it on the previous race, he was basically using those 3 buoys as pins. He'd basically turn nice and tight around the pin, do a short straight, then another tight turn, another short straight, and then open up down the back straight. So he's basically using those 3 turn buoys as 2 very short straights, whereas Crazy Duck manages to stay nice and smooth and able to keep the speed up around that turn. But Joel Smith stretches the legs slightly longer down the back straightaway and manages to keep out in front. Trims the engine in, and you can see that boat, the nose of the boat digs down into the water, which allows these boats to turn a whole lot sharper. Crazy Duck gets the nose out in front, but Joel's not having any of it. He heads down the front straightaway. Keeps Crazy Duck nice and tight in the second half of the turn. That's something that we saw from Grant Harrison in the Melton Toyota Ozlight boat. Even though he was on the outside in lane 2 or 3, he stuck to that lane, managing to keep the inside boat making them stay nice and tight. And again, the different cornering styles. Crazy Duck to switch to the outside. Smith had to get out in front. Enough of an advantage. He chose to change lanes into that last turn, which meant Crazy Duck drifted slightly out to change lanes. At the end of the front straightaway, they've changed back again. Crazy Duck gone into lane 1. And Joel Smith stays slightly wider in lane 2 or 3. I think I'll have to say lane 2. There's certainly no extra real estate given there. So chances are this is the last lap. As Joel Smith comes out of the Seacall Marine turn for the final time. That's the turn down near the 2 bridges, Tom Ugley's Bridge, Captain Cook Bridge. Across the finish line, Crazy Duck second across the line. Unfortunate non-starters being Final Feature and Problem Child. So obviously those mechanical issues which saw those boats stop in Heat 1, obviously big enough to cause those 2 boats to stay on the trailer, Craig.
I think for Greg, I'm not sure what the problems with Final Feature are, but there's bigger fish to fry for that boat. Riverside and some big other races. And of course, Mitch Williams, he's just come from the ski range, so, this former racing is his first time driving here at St George. He's had a couple of top days at Outboard, brings a line. He's still got the training wheels on, still got the old plates on.
It's a big difference between powerboat racing and, of course, ski racing. But he showed enough in that first heat to he's got his head right round this sport. But you can see young Joel there. He's bagged a heap of points in the Len Sheltrum. So it's officially, you'd probably say that he's got his name all over that trophy. So well done to Peter Zala too. We don't see a great deal of Peter up here at St George, but no, fabulous to see him. He's got a stack of races in front of him this weekend. See a view there. That's the car park off the St George Motorboat Club, and we're moving into San Susie. To our right, Captain Cook Bridge. And there's, of course, Tom Uglies. We're talking about, you know, the traffic between the two bridges and how we're really careful with the passing traffic, because we don't want them to cause a wake of water that's going to come down the course and obviously cause problems for our boats. We've got a number of craft out on the water to hopefully stop any problems coming out of that part of the bay. See, I think that was the Never Enough boat of Sam Perry. Now this should not be circuit racing, this boat, because it's principally a ski boat, but it comes from Urunga on the north coast. An absolutely lovely fella, Sam, loves his boat racing, and we saw some social media from him last night because it was quite windy down here yesterday, and he said the rougher the better. Well, it might suit that boat, but the last thing we want is a southerly coming down Cogra Bay. That we can see probably at the next following couple of races, we can see the GP1 of Grant Harrison. In Heat 1, Nathan, about to be hooked up. We've got a replay coming up. Smith on the outside in the beautiful bubble. This is the X-Lead Cave machine. A few years back now, Zala on the inside. You can see there Joel giving himself a big arc to get round. Zala takes the lead momentarily, but we saw all the momentum going to the boy from Seaham, just north of Raymond Terrace. He opens it up a little bit more there on the Bankstown helicopter back straight.
He's going to have to stay out in lane 2 or 3.
Joel,
as Crazy Duck
competes in all
is
rounds
able to stay nice and tight.
Australian Fauna
Around in
Powerboat
pole
Grand
1,
Prix Series.
Lane 1, sorry. And you can see
Joel there shortening up the corner, coming
Crazy
out
Duck
of
trying to do a nice, even, smooth
nice
turn.
fair racing there.
Joel Smith, we saw it on the previous race.
Guys respecting each other's abilities. But another good win there, Nathan Mills.
Yeah, certainly. I'm pretty sure Joel did that pretty comfortably. We mentioned a couple of times before about some of the father and son teams and connections that a lot of these powerboat races have, and Joel Smith has a connection. His partner is Tyler Howard of the Howard Hydroplane family. So her dad, Ricky Howard, staunch hydroplane man. He has had some involvement in some outboard tunnels, but that would have been an interesting conversation at the dinner table that night. Dad, I'm going out with a boat racer, and he's an outboard driver. That would have been an interesting one. But yeah, great to see a very strong result there by Joel Smith in that. These pretty wild-looking outboard tunnel boats, these modern boats with these Babars and the DACs and things like that. They've got very strong safety elements built into these boats. Interesting to see those boats have things, they call them crash boxes, which are essentially additional padding built into the side of the cockpit. With the shape of those cowlings, they've got, some of them have got the noses up nice and high, exactly like Joel's boat, sort of the pointy nose out the front, unlike your sort of traditional rounded pointy nose, if you want to call it that, down lower. But yeah, pretty interesting to see the different design theories and different design styles of these boats that are quite literally coming from all over the world.
Courtesy of GP Hydro live stream, ladies and gentlemen. We can see our competitors in our next race of the 95 mile per hour division. Coming out between C and D. That's 105, beg your pardon. That is the next to come up. Just getting this clarified as we speak. It should be set for 95. I thought I did see the Rhonda Wadakovich Hot Lemon, the yellow boat, going out. I'm pretty sure I saw that boat.
That is the Never Enough boat on the left of screen at the moment, with, as you mentioned, the more traditional ski racing style stern drive setup, which, as you mentioned, sort of in theory has no place in a circuit race, but Sam Perry manages to get this boat around the course. He's done big courses, small courses, major events, club days, and it looks as though it is the 95 mile an hour class out on the water initially. So it looks as though we've got 5 or 6 boats in this race start. We will have Eliminator out of pole 1, Dodgy out of 2, Cobra out of 3, Blue Bayou out of 4, the boat called Force out of 5, and then Hot Lemon, Rhonda Wadakovich on the outside in pole 6. So under the power of the start boat, white flag is raised as they head on down the back straightaway, Craig.
What a character he is. He's been around the sport a long, long time. And one thing you always see with Des Matson, you can't take the smile off his face.
Yeah, well, fantastic to hear. And I know, I think one of the first race meetings Des had back on the water was here at St George Club Day 3 or 4 months ago, if not a little bit earlier. But we have the 95 mile an hour race on the water. Apologies for some confusion there, because we did have the boat Never Enough out on the course, but they are in the 105 race, which is the next race up after this 95 race. So apologies for the confusion there. But we have, looks as though Never Enough is out there, so this potentially might be a combined race, Craig. So it looks as though we've got more than 6 boats out there, but we've got whoever we've got, they're all lining up under the control of the starter. White flag is raised. Eliminator, Dodgy, Blue Bayou, Hot Lemon, and Cobra out of the middle.
It is actually Nibsy in Eliminator with the nose out in front at the moment, which is the light blue boat, campaigned by Anthony Nibbs. Flies the flag for the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, but Anthony pretty much contests any race meeting in the state of New South Wales. Goes all over the place. So it's fantastic to see Nibsy continue on here at St George Spectacular.
That boat we couldn't pick up was, of course, Ian Holmes' driver, Krusty there, mate. There he goes, right down the outside. Met Ian for the first time this morning. He's absolutely loving his powerboat racing. He's more than happy just to do the club days, but he said, well, come and support St George. But yeah, really nice family. But I tell you what, we talk about people that have done some laps. The Hall of Famer there, the Vintage and Veterans Hall of Famer, Anthony Nibbs. Look at this great racing. I'll tell you what, these two guys getting very close together on the Bankstown helicopter back straight. Krusty Ian Holmes moves into the lead, but Nibbs will come back right along the inside.
I think, Craig, it's actually the boat Cobra, driven by Alex Wilbo, with the nose out in front of Eliminator. And we can see that open deck tunnel boat of Blue Bayou, currently in third place, with the stern drive, never enough. Stern drive Connolly Craft coming up the inside. So we've got the two displacements out in front. Stern drive, which affectionately known as an inboard outboard. Inboard engine with an outboard style drive leg. And then it was the outboard tunnel boat Blue Bayou, which, as you mentioned, has a bit of racing pedigree under some previous ownership. So the two little logboats out in front, although it looks as though we might have the pace of Eliminator dropped off a little bit. Never enough. Seems to have snuck up on the inside. Oh, there's Eliminator, but never enough. Within striking distance of coming up and taking second place from Nipton. And as we mentioned, the outboard tunnel boat of Blue Bayou comfortably currently in fourth place. Dodgy on the inside in fifth or sixth. And on screen at the moment, Rhonda Wadovich at the wheel of Hot Lemon, another one of our lady drivers here this weekend. And we've spoken about racing experience. Well, Rhonda would have to be right up there. She's been at the wheel of these Hot Lemon boats. Her and her husband have campaigned a number of boats called Hot Lemon over the years. Rhonda's husband, Michael, unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago, but it's fantastic to see the Wadovich family still continuing on. Son, Brad, is the main crew member for Rhonda ever since. Some assistance from Macca Performance Engines, but awesome to see the Hot Lemon team continue on racing. And again, another one of those multi-generational racing families. So apologies for the confusion. We didn't quite know whether it was the 95 race or the 105 race. It looks as though it might have been a combined, which ended up having the 7 or 8 boats out there all at once. So it looks as though we've got the big bangers coming up with the GP Hydroplanes. Unfortunately going to be only 2 starters with that unfortunate incident with GP 101 earlier today. We can see the big magnificent looking Warlord boat on the crane at the moment, getting lifted into the water. Coincidentally, these two GP Hydros left running, being Warlord and GP1, both built by Grant Rollison Hydroplanes. So very similar boats. I'm not going to say they're exactly the same, because if I say that, no doubt someone will let me know that there is a bit of difference, but very, very similar. Obviously, engine cowlings customised a bit differently to each other, but the main hull themselves are very, very similar. Like I mentioned, built by the same Grant Rollison, originally from New Zealand, but now resides in Melbourne. And Grant Rollison can certainly hang his head pretty damn high with the quality of these boats he's put together. As we mentioned, two of just a handful of the top powerboats in this country, especially in the hydroplane ranks. Obviously, no doubt there'll be plenty of unlimited displacement fans out there would like to argue with me on that, but in terms of outright speed, these GP Hydros are something to behold. So as we mentioned, unfortunately only the 2 starters getting ready for their run. In not too long a time.
Here with Lockie Bella, the driver of the MPH 5-lane Hydro. You just went out there and won the first round of the Wagot. What do you think of the track?
Pretty good. Let a bit rough. But we got a bit lucky. The wind's blowing across the track, so didn't have to worry too much. But yeah, it's still rough and up.
Yeah. You were saying before you were getting pretty overheated in there. You guys have got much ventilation in the cell?
Not really. We put a blower in it last night just to try and circulate the air a bit, but it's still pretty warm out there in the sun. So we've got two small holes in the cell to let air in, but I don't think it's quite enough.
Yeah, rightio. Maybe you need to get one of those water-cooled ones. I've heard they go all right. I've got a supply for it.
Yeah, right, beautiful.
Right, so you haven't got much to drive around, or you want some more after it?
No, I'm pretty happy. Probably put a bit of fuel in it. That's about it, really. Just a general check over and we'll be right.
Beautiful. Good luck for the next one.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, so a few words there from
doing Nichols, driving Rex 15, 1.6 Hydro. You're just in the first heat of the last round of the Australian Championship. How do you think you went?
Yeah, it went pretty good. Had a 3rd place. Unfortunately, Brad couldn't get out there because something happened to his boat. I haven't caught up with him yet to see what happened, but I think we got 3rd place in that last race. So overall, I think we're going pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing to see the Twister boat not make it out there. Hopefully they can get another battery in there and they can finish the rest of the weekend off. The little boat, what do you think of the water conditions out there with the rest of the boats?
It was bloody rough. I couldn't see shit. I was driving into the sun looking for flags, and you're driving into the wrong buoys, and hopefully for the best, but it's all good. It's all good.
Well, you've already had one race. Now you can go out there with prior knowledge of the track. This is not your first time here at St George, is it?
No, I raced here last year. I think we got 4th or 5th last year, so it's a really good event too. So I love coming here.
Yeah, hopefully you have a good time in the next run and pass a couple of boats.
Yeah, see how we go. Hopefully Brad can get out there and see how we go.
Beautiful. Have a good day.
No worries.
Bye.
We touched on a bit earlier, Craig, the character it is, Dewey Nichols, and very colourful description of the water conditions out here today. But a little surprising because, as you mentioned, certainly from the bank, the water conditions look pretty damn spectacular. The St George Powerboat Club traditionally, more recently run sort of two major events throughout the year, but last few years just concentrating on the July event, and basically because of the more favourable weather conditions. But I mean, we're supposed to be here in the middle of winter. Sure enough, it was a little cool and fresh this morning, but I don't know if some of these Melbourne teams whether they actually want to head home again. Like, look at this weather here on a beautiful Saturday. Sorry, well, it'll be just as beautiful tomorrow, no doubt, on Sunday. But here on Saturday, in the middle of July, we got short sleeves and t-shirts and all sorts of stuff going on, and it's absolutely fantastic to see.
Yeah, I suppose the best word to describe young Mr. Nichols is unique. Everyone loves him. Everyone loves him, and he's there. a lot of the meetings, particularly in Victoria. He tries and supports a number of clubs in New South Wales, and he's universally loved within the sport. So a real big thank you to the Nichols family for once again supporting this club, the St George Powerboat Club, and our spectacular for 2025. End game on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. The wonder from Wagga, of course, Darryl Woods. He has been a great supporter of ours for our Super Series. Krusty, Ian Holmes, that was the boat I mixed up in the previous race. My apologies. Ian driving the Krusty, the boat Krusty. It's an Everingham Shallow V, 18'6". He's a good man. He loves a Ford 460, and like Anthony Nibbs, sponsored by his last paycheck. So we can see Smith Family Racing. Great. Well, you and I aren't going to put the mock on him, but he's had a great day so far.
Yeah, it certainly has. And apologies for the confusion, everybody out there, from the previous 95-mile-an-hour race. There's a couple of boats out there potentially taking part in the 95 and the 105 class, so especially the boat Never Enough. So that's why there's a bit of confusion on this end. But a couple of new boats out on the water for the 105 class. The new boats for this 105 race being Endgame, Krusty, and Problem Child has come back out on the water. We saw that boat come to a stop in the first heat of the 2700 or 2.7 litre Super Sport heats a bit earlier, unable to make the start of heat 2, but the boat Problem Child down on the entry list for this next race, being the 105 mile an hour speed restricted class. But the Smith Family Racing being the outboard tunnel boat out on the water at the moment. So actually it does look like the boat Problem Child is not out there. So again, a little bit of a mix-up from our perspective. But looks as though we've got three starters. Krusty, Endgame, and Smith Family Racing.
Yeah, this for 105 mile per hour, a speed bracket class, as Nate said. Of course, this is Heat 1 of the Sam Brown. Sam Brown was a much-loved member of this club at Commodore for a number of years. He drove the boat Maureen and was synonymous with that boat. Of course, his son Stevie drove that boat for a number of years. And our thoughts and prayers go out to the Brown family.
We lost
Steve
a couple of months ago now, and he certainly knew how to drive this course at St George and many others. But in memory of Sammy Brown, this is Heat 1. Heat 1 of the Sam Brown. Like Endgame on the inside, just can't pick up that boat, Nate.
It's Krusty of the boat on the inside, and Endgame out of pole 2 with Smith Family Racing, the tunnel boat.
Joel Smith's going to go. He's been able to run as fast as he can in the earlier 2700 Super Sport heats, but now he's got to make sure he stays under 105 miles an hour. So it doesn't matter what type of boat. As you can see, inboard, outboard, hydroplane, you can run any type of boat configuration as long as you stay under 105 miles an hour.
So there we go, the wonder from Wagga. Darryl Woods there. Look, Smith made up a bit of ground on the outside coming out of Seacall Marine. Krusty back in 13, Holmes, but Endgame. I think he started to do a bit of travelling over the last couple of years. For the big meeting in Adelaide early this year, he was headed that way. Unfortunately, with the weather, The meeting was called off, and then he turned around and said, well, I'm going to St George for their Super Series round. So he loves his racing, and he doesn't mind a bit of travel either. But he's out in front once again. Absolutely loves the course here at Cogra Bay, does Darryl Woods. Smith Family Racing. Young Joel doing a fab job. Krusty. This is a guy, Ian Holmes, we were talking to a little bit earlier, met him for the first time. He hasn't been around that long, but he loves doing the club shows with guys like Anthony Nibbs and co, and that's what we want. The sport's about all classes, all forms of racing, not just about the big classes. And once again, yellow flag being displayed to our three competitors on the water. So final time coming into South Sydney detailing the cars park end of the course, and then into the Bankstown helicopters back straight for end game. Darryl Wood doing a great job here, Nathan Mills.
Yes, very comfortably out in front at the moment. And as we mentioned, probably quite tempting for Joel Smith to just sink that right foot and just go as fast as he can down that back straightaway to try and not let Endgame get away. But as we mentioned, these boats are restricted to a maximum speed at any point of the race of 105 mile an hour. So all of these boats running in these speed restricted classes, they run GPS units in these boats, and they get checked by officials before and after each race. So if at any point these boats go over the allocated speeds, in this case 105, the previous race 95 miles an hour, if those GPS units register anything over that 105, it could even be 105.2 mile an hour. That's over 105, and will put you out of the points of that particular race, and it puts you on the radar of the officials, because if you go over 105 a number of times in the one event, essentially you're put on the trailer for the rest of the day. So a bit of a tricky situation if the boat is capable of more than 105 mile an hour, but the best idea is to set the boat up to run as smoothly as possible, essentially maxed out at just under 105 miles an hour.
Yeah, and it's brought a few boats out of the sheds, as they say. More, your 85, 95 and 105, more for the budget style of racer. But you saw young Joel there that probably typically wouldn't have entered this race, but he has, and he's kept his speed under 105, hopefully. And so well done to all the guys. Of course, the Sam Brown. This is what the guys in this class are running for this weekend. He was a life member, a long-serving committee director and commodore of the St George Motorboat Club. He started racing during the late 1960s in a 266 cubic inch side valve Dodge, powered by a runabout called Maureen. Numerous boats of the same would follow over the next 40 years, starting with a skiff powered by a side valve Dodge, before moving into various displacement hulls powered firstly by 5 litre V8 Chevs and later 6 litre Chevs. While the early years were very successful in club racing, the change to 5 litre and 6 litre was very successful, with Maureen winning many major events, with Sam driving as well as his son Steve, daughter and son-in-law. The trophy was donated in 1975 and was for 5.2 litre displacement, with the first winner being Ken Ewings in FF Shaw. In later years, the class was changed to 5.2 litre open and then to 6 litre. So there's a little bit about Sam Brown. God bless him, and of course God bless his son Stevie, who we lost a little bit earlier this year.
Krusty back in 13, Holmes at end game. Fab job, Krusty. This is a guy...
Okay, we got the Eric Chadwick. We should have 3 Grand Prix. Well, we won't have 3. We'll have 2. I'll just repeat that. Just a communication problem. Thank you very much, Nathan Mills. We were due to have 3 Grand Prix hydroplanes. Unfortunately, Benny Clark had that problem a little bit earlier with the free spin and damage to the boat. We can see Troy Marlin on the water. You've already seen in the big yellow Madness display. And his competitor. What a ding-donger this is we've got coming up, Nathan Mills.
Yes, as we mentioned a bit earlier, 2 of the fastest Grand Prix hydroplanes in the country here this weekend in our unlimited hydroplane race. The Keith Chadwick. So the boat's GP1, which is the white boat, currently on the inside of the course, and the boat Warlord, the yellow boat, on the outside. Warlord campaigned by Troy Marlin. The boat's still owned by the Burton family, who commissioned it in the first place. And the Burton family is still very much involved in the running of this boat. But Troy Marlin, he's the one with his bum in the driver's seat, racing for the Taree Aquatic Powerboat Club. And Grant Harrison in GP1. Flying the flag for the Melbourne Runabout and Speedboat Club, based in Melton, down in Victoria. Melton does have their own racetrack, but unfortunately it's a bit of a tight course, and there's absolutely no chance you could get a Grand Prix hydroplane around that course. And so Grant normally runs in the bigger lake courses like Lake Epilock, which is run by the Victorian Speedboat Club. And Yarrawonga as well. Both of these boats ran at Yarrawonga just a little bit earlier this year. But we've got Grant Harrison in pole 1 on the inside. Troy Marlin in Warlord on the outside. The flag goes down. The reds come up. The smells come up. Warlord has a flying start down the outside. You can hear those boats revving up and down as they head down the front straight as the prop comes in and out of the water. Pretty evenly matched as they head down the Bankstown Helicopters back straight away. Marlin gets the nose out in front on the first lap. But you cannot count Harrison out at any point during this race. As I say that, unfortunately, GP1 looks as though it might have been slowing up. It certainly has slowed right up. So a bit of an issue there. But Warlord still at full pace. Down the front straight away. 3 laps this race. The boats slide around these corners with only the turn fin used to grip the water and get these boats turned around 180 degrees and back down the back straightaway. Absolutely sensational things to watch. Looks as though GP1's back up to a decent amount of speed. But in terms of results for this race, at this point, looks as though it's going to go towards Warlord. But GP1, after a bit of an issue, back up to full race pace, Craig.
Yeah, I did speak to Grant fleetingly last night, and he did say that they didn't get their propellers in time for the EC Griffith Cup and the like. So these first couple of races might be out there testing, but he's certainly back on race pace as we speak. Look at Marlon coming round Seacall Marine. What a photo that'd be. So Marlon coming up to take the checkered flag over Grant Harrison. And that is heat 1 of the Eric Chadwick. That first time going down Bankstown helicopters where they were side by side, Nathan, can you imagine where we are, on the opposite side along the Princess Highway? Someone's looking out their window and they see all this wall of water and spray. What the hell is going on in Cogra Bay? Well, but Troy certainly got the jump there. He held back a bit and then really ironed it out late on. But I tell you what, these guys haven't finished by any means. And I would say with Grant buttoning off halfway through, I certainly think, as he said to me yesterday, they've got a couple of propeller choices, and that you might have used that first heat to try that out.
Yes, as you mentioned, some lucky person looking out their back window in the apartment across the other side of the bay there. What a sight indeed. They would have got a pretty good view of the one-on-one incident earlier today too, the flat spin, and as we saw a whole heap of water, a couple of tons of water get thrown into the air after, as we heard from Ben, something sort of let go in the back of the boat, so something in relation to the steering or the rudder or something like that, unfortunately let go. So GP1 having to do another bit of a cool down lap. Both of these boats going into the jetty to be craned out, but fantastic result and very strong, confident run by the Warlord team. So this race being unlimited hydroplanes, probably the best time to mention just some thoughts and condolences out to the Radburn family, a staunch hydroplane racer from back as far as the 60s and 70s was Des Radburn, who used to run in 6-litre hydroplanes and previously unlimited hydroplanes for quite literally for decades. Des Radburn, he made it to, I think it was 91 or 92 years old, and only passed away just a week or so ago.
And Yarrawonga
did manage to say...
Ran at Yarrawonga just a little bit earlier this year. But we've got Grant Harrison in pole 1 on the inside. Troy Marlin in Warlord on the outside. The flag the Sydney Hydroplane Club based over at lap, but you cannot count Harrison out at any point during this race. That absolutely sensational things to watch. This is GP1's back up to a decent amount of speed.
To do with the choice of propellers, or obviously just with the setup of the boat, but we're certainly comfortable again to get back under full race pace in the latter half of that race. Now, this is just the first case of these GP hydroplanes this weekend. A number of races throughout today's program and tomorrow's, and no doubt everyone on the bank here at the St George Motorboat Club and in the pits, they're going to want to see these two boats, GP1 and GP3 Warlord, back on the water come Sunday afternoon, champion of champions.
The race pace as we speak. Look at Marlon coming round Seacall Marine. What a photo that'd be.
So we've had the big bangers in terms of the GP hydroplanes out on the water just now. The next race on the program we have is the big bangers when it comes to displacements. Displacements are your traditional sort of ski boat style shape of hull. You might hear them being referred to as logboats every now and then. And that terminology, logboat, comes from back when these boats were actually quite literally built out of wood. They became affectionately known as hollow logs because they were essentially in the shape of a wooden log that had been hollowed out. And the word displacement actually comes from the fact that as these boats, certainly traditionally and originally when the boats weren't running the sort of outright top speeds that they are now, that these boats would displace the water. So essentially the sort of the V-bottom shape, sort of as the boats travel through the water, they displace the water, they, spread the water, create that wash. Whereas a hydroplane quite literally planes across the top of the water. So, like I said, we've had the big banger hydros out. We're about to get the big banger displacements. They're still taking part in a pretty major race. Still only 3 laps, but the Fred Hawkins Memorial. We can see the gap or the empty space in the pits for the boat Titan. Unlimited displacement up from South Australia here this weekend. He'll be out on the water running against She's the Culprit with young Cody Barry at the wheel. You can see on screen at the moment the GP Hydro GP1 getting hooked up to the crane. Get lifted out of the water. We can also see the Impatient team all nice and prepared, getting ready for Heat 2 of the Ken Wagot 5-litre Memorial, which will be happening a little later in the program. But great to see that team all nice and calm. They're all ready for Heat 2. So as mentioned, we're expecting the next race out on the water to be the unlimited displacements with She's the Culprit and Titan. And according to the race program, I touched on the big banger hydroplanes, big banger logboats, displacements, and straight up after that will be the big banger outboards, unlimited outboards. There'll be heats A and B, or Division A and Division B of Heat 1, and that is racing for the Kerry Rogers Memorial. So enough entries to necessitate A and B heats or A and B divisions. So an excellent number of entrants this weekend for the outboard, unlimited outboards. So there'll be a mix of carby outboards and injected outboards, and anyone who thinks they've got what it takes to match it.
live GB Hydro live stream. This trophy taken by the team.
Limited inboard displacement event. The accident that claimed Fred's life would lead to the compulsory wearing of crash helmets in all speedboat races. Wow. We had some brave souls back in the day, and with Fred's untimely death, it became mandatory to wear a helmet. Well, we've seen years gone by that with some of our bigger classes, unlimited displacement, and the 6 litre injected classes, compulsory capsules. So there we go back to when Fred lost his life there. It led to the compulsory wearing of crash helmets. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So we can see Dave Sadley on the far outside. In Tyson. So out of two is Cody
Barry. Pardon, Cody Barry out of 4. Sorry, the boat of Melody 11. Brian Kilpatrick comes out of 2. Sick Puppy, Corey Marlin in the little 5 litre. The 2 5 litres out of 1 and 2. And the unlimited displacements out of 3 and 4. Let's see how the little 5 litres go. Sadly out of 3. Cody Barry out of 4. Do we have a white flag?
Running for the Vintage and Veteran Club. Oh, there's nearly an incident there. We can see Barry on the outside taking the lead. Sick Puppy back to the inside. Young Corey Marlin. So out of Seacool Marine under the St George Motorboat Club front straight. Great corner by Marlin. But Barry right down the outside. Oh, Barry has pulled to the outside of the course with a problem. The Sick Puppy, unlimited display for young Corey Marlin. Doing a fabulous job in the lead.
The other 5 litre doing a fabulous job also. Brian Kilpatrick in Melody 11. So coming out of Bankstown Helicopters around Seacool Marine onto the St George Motorboat Club front straight. And then Corey Marlin.
got to hang on for half a lap. Geez, these 5 litres have done a great job. So he's coming out of Bankstead Helicopters into Seacall Marine, coming into the lead in. Now heading on to the lead out boy, onto the St George Motorboat Club front straight. Congratulations, young man. Sick puppy driven by Corey Marlin. He takes the win in Heat 1 of the Freddie Hawkins. Melody 11 in second. Titan. Dave Sadley, he comes home in third. Unfortunately, Cody Barry. Seeing shot there. He was going very well. He actually won the start. He headed into South Sydney detailing. There was nearly a touch between a couple of the guys there. He was very strong on the back straight. He came out of Seacall Marine onto the front straight to complete one lap and then pulled to the right-hand side. So bad luck for your young Cody, but geez, speaking of young, Corey Marlin, wowee. Of course, he's the reigning Wagot, the Ken Wagot Memorial champion. An unassuming young fella, very courteous, very respectful. Great to meet his younger brother Zach on Friday. I'm sure young Zach's got his eye on this boat also. So their mum Karina might have to hold up the two sons. You're not sure if the boat you can see coming in there, Dave Sadley from South Australia. Of course, Dave back in the high-tech oil blown light days, he was one of the original drivers. He travelled all over the country with us. So here's a replay, ladies and gentlemen, on the start. So Corey on the inside, Brian out of 2. Dave out of 3. Here comes Cody Barry, looking right down the outside. We've got an absolute flyer. Now we'll see him come into South Sydney detailing here. Now you watch this shot. There's nearly a touch here between Sadley. Sadley went wide. He had a bit of a problem. Might have hit a bit of watch there. Cody held his line. Fortunately, there wasn't a touch. But Dave may have hit a bit of dirty water in that corner. Here's Cody. You'll see him coming out. Corey goes up onto the inside here. Cody possibly already experiencing a problem. And then it goes flat. There he goes to the outside of the course. Bad luck. We're really hoping for a really good run for young Cody. He had some terrible luck in January last year. Terrible luck. But we saw a fire absolutely ravage his yellow boat that was beautifully restored and the like, and had that fuel fire on the main straight at the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club. The poor young fella, he was absolutely distraught, destroyed. A number of people gratefully donated to the cause. But he took some time off and he's come back in, I'd say formally Dad's boat, because I don't think Dad's not going to get much of an opportunity to get behind the wheel. He's taken to like a duck to water. Very clean. You can see Corey Marlin there, sick puppy. He runs unbelievable lines. I saw him first time this time last year, and of course a couple of weeks later at the big Bundaberg meeting. Very, very tidy indeed. Brian Kilpatrick did a wonderful job there in second place. I'm sure there's a problem there for Dave, sadly, the big unlimited boat there. The boat normally a lot quicker. Maybe that issue in that South Sydney detailing corner where he did veer to the right, there was a problem that precluded him really stepping on the throttle. So we're up to unlimited outboard. Hey? Yeah, if you want. But the problem we've got these headsets. I'm sure you've used them at Melton, and Nate's gone with
Rondo Wadkovich with the Hot Lemon boat. We've just seen you out there in the 100-mile-an-hour race then. What did you think of the water?
It was terrible. Yes, seeing my boat's only a 15-footer. I don't have the advantages of the other 18-footers, and it was very, very rough.
Yeah, the little boat probably does struggle a little bit in that, but when you get into the river races, they certainly come into their own, don't they?
What was that?
When you come into the river races, they certainly come into their own.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like Windsor and Raymond Terrace, it's excellent. It's really, really good, yeah.
Now, hopefully you haven't hurt yourself too much and you can go out to the next race.
Hopefully. I'll go and do a few stretches in a minute.
Good luck for the next race.
Thanks, Hayden.
So we can see some of our boats, our tunnel boats on the water. This is, we've got unlimited outboard. We've got 2 heats, Division A and Division B, all running for the Kerry Rogers Memorial. Kerry Rogers was a popular outboard racer with almost 18 years experience, the last 7 years being with Johnson Stinger and Mercury Twister. ×2 powered unlimited outboard tunnels called Ring of Fire. Following the death of Kerry Rogers during a championship race on the long course, in Cogger Bay in May 1976, Cyril Arnold, a good friend of Rogers, donated a trophy for an unlimited open class championship in memory of Kerry. There is another Kerry Rogers Memorial Trophy in existence and is on display in the club trophy case. This is an APBA trophy and is for the Australian 1750 Super Sport Outboard Championship. Here we go. Unfortunately, Adam Breeders are scratching. Speed and Leisure, Dave Minton comes out of 1. Greg Lambert out of 3 in Lambert Family Racing. Smith Family Racing, Joel Smith out of 3. Crazy Duck Racing, Peter Zala out of 4. And Chillax, the Prince of Pakenham. Andrew Chilber, he's out of 5. So cracking field for Division A. We see the number 43 there running for Speed and Leisure, Dave Minton. Great to see Dave back driving. Of course, we don't see Dave driving a lot because a lot of people utilise his services courtesy of Speed and Leisure. Often too busy to have a drive. But you can see the 777 LFR, Greg Lambert. Greg's a relatively newbie to the sport, but he's got a hell of a lot of great assistance out of guys like Bobby Beasley, Cora DeVale. Got some great assistance there, absolutely loving it. A big cheerio to all his family. I believe his 2-year-old daughter has been very ill in hospital, and she's showing all the good signs now. So if the family are watching in hospital, a big cheerio from everyone here at the St George Powerboat Club, and to that little girl, our best wishes. We need that recovery to be as speedy as your dad. So boats heading towards Gawley Bay. They're swinging out of Gawley Bay, heading on to the St George Motorboat Club front straight. You can see on the inside, Dave Minton, has he done some laps around this course? Of course, a prolific winner in sports mono over the years as well. So we have a flag down, Minton in the 43, he leads out, but look at Joel Smith, and it looks like Andrew Chilber on the outside. Wow. The boat's heading into South Sydney detailing, but courtesy of that good real estate on the inside. Minton, he's come back on the inside here of Greg Lambert. Look at this battle on the bankstand. Helicopters back straight. Heading up to a sea call. Who's going to give in? Minton said, I'll take the inside. You go around the outside, old boy, he says. So heading out of sea call onto the St George Motorboat Club front straight. It's still this battle at the front. Minton and Lambert. What a race. Lambert comes up on the outside. But Minton, he'll make him do all the hard work. Minton on the inside. Just can't pick up third as we speak. Great vision here from GP Hydro. Looks like Dave Minton. He shook off the leash there of Greg Lambert. So coming out of Bankstand Helicopters again, heading into Seacall Marine. The southern end of the course. Here comes Lambert. Lambert's come up on the outside. Lambert looks like he's got that little bit more power there, but Minton, he's a cagey lion, that David Minton. He's shown him the hard way round, the long way round for virtually the entire race. What a great race we've had for first and second, Nathan.
Yes, as mentioned, the big bangers from the outboards. Plenty of speed out in front. Gap seems to close back up again. So they come out of the turn nearly side by side, but Dave Minton just out in front at the moment. Down the St George Motorboat Club front straight away. Greg Lambert in hot pursuit, but looks like the outright performance is just not quite there. And Joel Smith continues on down the front straight away in pole 3. So 3-lap race, side by side up the back straight away.
That's it.
It looks as though the checkered flag was met the last time around down the front straight away. So another one down for the 2025 St George Spectacular. We're starting to get into a bit of a groove now, Craig. We're getting through the race program.
Yeah, we are, and a very big thank you to all our crane drivers and all our ramp officials and the like. I tell you what, that was a great example there, Nate. Greg had the outright speed, not the same experience as David, but David's done a lot of laps around here with guys like Dougie Smith and the like in the sports monos, and he just held that inside lane and he said, if you're going to come and get me, mate, you're coming round the outside. So great race there. Water conditions. You've just been out to the tower, Nate. What are the conditions currently out on the water?
Yeah, they certainly look really good, but as we mentioned, we heard Dewey Nichols have a bit of a colourful description of the water conditions out there, but obviously that happens in pretty much any powerboat race. Obviously the later on in the race it's going to chop up, but the water conditions, the weather conditions overall is pretty magnificent, as I mentioned earlier. I don't know why you'd want to live anywhere else than Sydney in winter, but very, very nice indeed. And you can see out there now, even with the unlimited outboard race coming to a conclusion, the water's settled right down again. We touched on the fact that St George used to run another major race meeting in February as well, but sort of not in the last couple of years, but the other recent past, we've had weather dramas probably a little bit more in that time of year, and especially being in summertime, there's a bit more pleasure craft traffic and things like that, and so obviously the St George Powerboat Club deciding to concentrate on this July event, which can certainly understand why, and again today is just a perfect example of why.
Yeah, look, we made the decision a couple of years ago, and look, we've got to really thank Ricky Howard for this, because he came to one of our meetings and he said, well, you've got this in February, you've got that in July and whatever, and with the advent that, we talk about social craft, we've got things that we didn't have 30 years in jet skis and things like that, and it just became too difficult to police. We decided to put all our eggs in the one basket, that being July. We'll have less social traffic, less this, less that, not as warm, but I tell you what, you've just come from outside, mate. She looks pretty good to me. Plenty of sun, plenty of blue sky. We can see, courtesy of GP Hydro, we can see the northern end of Tom Ugley's Bridge there. There's a popular fishing haunt. I used to go there quite a lot in my younger days. Of course, you follow the Georges River through there, and that continues all the way on to places like Milperra, the old Deepwater Motorboat Club, and goes up as far as Liverpool. So that's for any of our Australian visitors that may have heard of the Deepwater Motorboat Club. That's the direction you head into. Unfortunately, no longer about, but it was certainly a great little club for all those years, and it was very dear to my heart. But so Paul Cunningham was just up here a minute ago, and thank God you weren't, because the two of you together talking hydroplanes, no one else would have got a word in, mate. But he came up before and I said, what was the problem? And he said, having a few issues with the propeller with the big boat. So that basically confirms what Grant was talking about yesterday. But he's going to try and come up here a little bit later. Yeah, so we're starting to get right into the meaty part of the program now. We had a few delays earlier, but our apologies, but sometimes these things happen. We've had a lot of building works and the like happening around the club recently, and that's made things very hard, especially for the big boats. So we thank everyone for their time and patience. Thanks, Mark.
So it looks as though we're just waiting on the boats on the next race on the program to head out on the water. Yeah, you mentioned if PC, Paul Cunningham, was in here and myself, yeah, there's no other type of boats, is there, Craig? I'm joking, obviously. Fantastic to see such a variety of power boats here this weekend, and yeah, different capacities. There's still a couple of boats, a couple of categories we haven't seen out on the water yet, but they'll be heading out very shortly. The outboard monos, they'll be out on the water in just a race or two's time. We have 6-litre open inboard, the Barry Sharp Trophy coming up shortly as well. So 6-litre open inboard being hydroplanes and displacements. I did see the Anderson Motorsport hydroplane. It is 5-litre capacity, but 5 litres still less than 6-litre, so it can run in the 6-litre open inboard race as well. And as you can see, Brendan Anderson very keen to throw his hat into the ring for pretty much every race he's eligible for. So there's no 6-litre hydroplanes here this weekend. A couple of, as I mentioned, a couple of 5 litres that have stepped up. And chances are a couple of the 5-litre displacements are also going to be stepping up to run into the 6-litre open inboard Barry Sharp Trophy as well.
Yeah, thanks, Nate. We're just working out, you know, which races are left for Division B of the Kerry Rogers. By my summation, we're looking at guys like Mitch Williams, Matt Peck, Damon Cohen. Who else are we looking at? Simon Troy, Greg Banks if he's okay. But we did see him early on pull out of the race with a problem, so hopefully everything's all right for Greg, because he's got some pretty big fish to fry this weekend. So they're the boats that we should see contesting our next pole positions. Thank you very much, Nathan Mills. Final feature, Greg Banks should come out of pole 1. Mainline dynos, Simon Troy out of 2. Chillax, I thought that was listed in the previous race, but that's Andrew Chilvers, the number 34, the Prince of Pakenham. He's out of 3. Octane Racing, Matt Peck, he's out of 4. Eagle F1, Damon Cohen, out of 5. Mitch Williams, Problem Child, out of 6. Nathan Mills, this is spicy.
Yes, it certainly should be. A couple of these unlimited outboards we haven't seen out on the water. A couple we have. So it's going to be interesting to see. You mentioned Simon Troy in the mainline dynos entry. The Troy family, another one of those boat racing dynasties, if you want to call it. Multi-generational boat builders, engine builders, they get amongst it. And currently at the moment we've got Simon Troy in the cockpit. But again, the Troy family, synonymous with powerboat racing, especially in this area, St George and the Shire area. Lots of generations of Troy boat racers from out from this part of the city.
And he was a very, very good softballer, played for the state of New South Wales. His sister Jess was also an outstanding softballer. But I suppose we're pretty lucky in powerboat racing that he's chose the powerboats over the softball. So the boats, just some of them, that's their first time. We could just see Greg Banks there, so that's good news. We can see the number 14 on the screen here for GP Hydro live stream. So that's good news for Greg. We weren't sure whether he had finished for the day, but no, he's back out in the water. It looks strong. Mainline dyno, Simon Troy, that we've just been speaking about. This is a cracking heat. Of course, Damon Cohen and the Eagle F1. Glenny Eagle there, his prime sponsor. They're a wonderful pairing, the sponsor and driver. They get on so well. The boat there of Greg Banks. It's a DAC hull, 2.5 litre fuel-injected Mercury. Out to a S3000 running on methanol this weekend. Pinnacle Graphics, Speed and Leisure, and Assassin Pest Control are his sponsors. Mainline dynos. Well, if you've got an hour, I'll probably give you all his sponsors because he's got a heap of them. It's a Mulgard hull, 2.5 litre fuel-injected Mercury running on methanol, identical to Greg. A Mulgard chassis, as I said, mainline Dynalog, dynometers, Shire Steel Fabrication, Sports Film, Advantage Marine, Go Boating, Blue Pacific Marine. So they're just some of the sponsors. Of course, Andrew Chilvers should be on the water. It's a DAC hull, the 2.5 fuel-injected Merc. Just wishes to thank his great sponsors, of course, Donnie McClymont and Craig Bailey. There's two big names there for you, Nathan Mills.
Most certainly, and like you said, especially down in this St George area, that the Bailey Marine name, synonymous with outboard racing here at St George. And actually started racing, Craig did, driving a logboat many years ago, but he's basically made his fame, if you like, in the outboard tunnel caper. Craig Bailey still flies all over the world, and he's involved in the F1 tunnel boats overseas from a mechanical sense. He did used to drive himself.
And he's had more comebacks than Johnny Farnham.
It's funny you mentioned about the softball. I think that was Simon you were talking about, was playing softball, and the old joke being that he has now come to powerboat racing because softball, you only need one ball, whereas powerboat racing might be a bit different. Anyway, under the white flag, Heat B of Unlimited Outboards, final feature, pole 1. We've got Matty Peck in Octane Racing in 3.
That's Chills.
And Chillax up from Victoria in pole 2. He's hasn't quite got the jump of the start that the other two have. So Octane Racing, driven by Matty Peck on the outside. Sorry.
So Greg Banks leading off on the Bankstown helicopter back straight. So he's gone virtually pin to pin there. The boat certainly looks stronger. We're not going to put the Mozzers on him, but he's just heading in and out of Seacall Marine and onto the St George Motorboat Club front straight.
And he's absolutely hugging those turn boys. He's staying. He started in pole 1, and he hasn't even drifted out to pole 1.5 in these lanes. So absolutely hugging those turn boys. You see the officials have added an extra turn boy to the lead-in boy at the start, but final feature. Whatever problem the Banks team had in their first outing earlier in the program, certainly not a problem now. Very fast down the back straightaway is Greg Banks. You see the boat trim in. A little bit of wash further up the hull as the boat, more of the boat gets in contact with the water, but that's exactly what they want. That allows those outboard tunnel boats to effectively turn on rails. But final feature out in front at the moment, as we mentioned, the Chillax boat up from Victoria, flying the flag for the Victorian Outboard Club. The yellow last lap flag is out. But with a Division A and Division B, all of these boats, even though they're out in front, there's no time to back off. All of these race times will be noted down, and that will be what helps constitute the final placings for each of these heats. So Division A and Division B, even though you're out in front, no cause to back off. You've got to keep the hammer down to register a fast race time, which is exactly what Greg Banks has just done. As had
Andrew Childers.
Andrew Childers, sorry, in the boat Chillax. Matty Peck a little bit off the pace. Again, stays nice and tight to not waste any real estate heading around these turn, boys. Gets up a bit of pace on the straightaways, but unfortunately a little bit down on pace, especially around the corners. But the Octane Racing orange and white tunnel boat with Matty Peck at the wheel.
I was just going to say there, Nath, I was speaking to Matty this morning. This engine on the back of the Octane Racing machine, this is the power plant that Brock Cohen ran at the last Super Series round here at St George. His previous engine, he said to me this morning, it was a detonation that big that it had more holes in the engine than Swiss cheese. So it was a throwaway. So yeah, he'll just get used to this new engine. So we've got a replay coming up. Banks held off a little bit there, but he really, when he needed to, he really got on it. Octane Racing on the outside. Chilver's back in second place there. So we're going to obviously see Cohen and Co. In our third division heat. But he certainly looked a lot stronger. Both you and I were concerned there, Nath, that it might have been all over Red Rover for Greg, but that's not the case.
No, certainly not. So whether that the Banks team have, whether they swapped power heads or they've certainly done something, whatever it is, they've done the right thing, because Greg unable to greet the checkered flag earlier on in the day. But no problems here in the first heat of the Unlimited Outboard Kerry Rogers Memorial. And as we mentioned, Division A's and Division B's. So as I mentioned, all of those race times will have been noted down, and will all go towards the point system for the ongoing heats of this Kerry Rogers Memorial.
Yeah, water conditions just about perfect. You just saw Greg Nelly have a bit of a dipsy doodle there between the Seacall Marine lead in and lead out boys. He turned in hard, left, mid corner, but he soon corrected it. So great to see him back on the water. But I know the Banks crew will be very happy. I think deep down Matty Peck will be nice and happy as well. You know, it's a new package, the engine package for him. He's running the 2.5 litre fuel-injected Mercury. Not running on ethanol, just baby steps for Matty at the moment. Matty, another one of those drivers that always runs that clean line. So that's we have on our program the heats for the Kerry Rogers A and B, but we didn't see two of the drivers, and not sure if there is a heat B, a heat C, beg your pardon, or guys like Damon Cohen had a problem. So on screen, care of GP Hydro live stream, we can see Corey Marlin climbing in the capsule of Sick Puppy. The 5 litre. We can see the Prince of Pakenham there, Andrew Chilvers, the number 34. First time here at the St George Powerboat Club. It was great to meet Andrew. He's a really good competitor in the Australian Formula Powerboat Grand Prix Series.
Crusty of the boat on the inside, and end game out of pole 2 with Smith Family Racing, the tunnel
boat. There of Joel Smith. So Alex Wilbo on the inside. But being overtaken by Endgame and also Joel Smith. Passing the Wilbo boat. But the wonder from Wagga, Darryl Woods. He leads out from Smith Family Racing, Joel Smith.
Made up a bit of ground on the outside coming out of Seacall Marine. Crusty back in 13, Holmes.
He's another wonderful driver here that rarely makes a mistake, Darryl. Proudly sponsored by Ingram's Automotive at Wagga. The boats coming out of the South Sydney Detailing northern end of the course. So Darryl had boat, will travel. He's, as we said a little bit earlier, he's done quite a bit of travel over the last couple of years to different states of Australia and performed admirably. Joel Smith, it's only early in the weekend, but he's had a tremendous start. course, this is a replay of earlier,
Sink that right foot and just go as fast as he can down that back straight.
the earlier race.
End game getaway, but as we mentioned, these boats are restricted to a maximum speed at any point of the race of 105 mile an hour.
You just
So
see
all the
Darrell's
boats
lines there.
in these speed-restricted classes,
As
they
we
run
said,
GPS units in these boats.
the lines are very similar to a tunnel boat racer, pin to pin.
If at any point these boats go over the allocated speeds, in this case 105, this race 95 miles an hour. If those GPS units register anything over that 105, it could even be 105.2 mile an hour.
Dusty there.
That's over 105.
Crusty, beg your pardon. Ian Holmes,
Out of the points of that particular race.
one of the new drivers on the scene. That a replay of one of our earlier races. Just a bit of a delay. Nearly 20 past 1 Australian Eastern time.
Wonga just a little bit early this year.
Another
We've got
replay.
Harrison in pole
This
one
is
on
the one
inside.
between our two
Troy Marlin in
Grand
pole
Prix
one on the
hydroplanes.
outside. The flag goes
Coming up to South Sydney detailing, Grant on the inside in GP1. Look at that. What a photo that'd be. Oh, look at the spray. Look at the water.
on the first lap. But you cannot count Harrison out at any point during this race.
Coming out of Seacor Marine onto the St George Motorboat Club front straight. This is where we started to see Grant button off. There we are. And we thought, oh, geez, I hope this is not turning a long way to come from Melbourne, Victoria. But he has come up in the early part of the program to experiment with a prop or two. But later on, and we're going to see that, he really started to step up again.
Absolutely sensational things to watch. Looks as though GP1's back up to a decent amount of speed. But
it certainly looks like the setup of the Warlord machine is just Mickey Mouse at the moment.
Back at race pace as we speak. Look at Marlin coming round Seacor Marine. What a photo that'd be. Coming up to take the checkered flag over Grant Harrison. The far outside. In Titan.
This is another replay. Just our apologies both here at the venue and those watching on GP Hydro live stream. Just a short delay.
Barry.
Not aware of the problem. But this is the unlimited displacement replay.
Barry out of 4. Sorry, the boat of
Where we saw the 2 5 litres on the inside. Corey Marlin out of 1. Brian Kilpatrick out of 2. Dave Sadley, the South Australian, out of 3.
And the unlimited displacements out of 3 and 4.
And of
Let's see how
course,
the little 5 litres go.
Nathan, I beg your pardon, not Nathan,
Sadley
Cody
out of
Barry,
3. Cody
driver
Barry out
of
of 4.
She's a Culprit 2 on the outside. So not in screen yet. Here comes Cody Barry flying down the outside. The throttle control is very, very good indeed. But you watch, this is where Dave just has a bit of a moment there. Ends up coming across the wash of Cody. Fortunately, the boats didn't touch. But this is where Cody went into the lead, heading out of Bankstown Helicopters into the Seacole Marine Southern Turn.
Young Corey Marlin.
Corey actually came back up on the inside of Cody here, but this is where things went south for Cody. After one lap, it was very, very impressive, but the boat veered off to the right-hand side of the course and all over Red Rover for Cody. Hopefully nothing major, only a minor problem.
The other 5 litre doing a fabulous job also. Brian Kilpatrick in Melody 11. Coming out of Bankstown Helicopters.
So we can see the 2 hydroplanes here, the 2 5-litre hydroplanes, the impatient boat of Lockie Vella. And the AMS, the Anderson Motorsport, Brendan Anderson, the driver. This is Lockie's ex-boat, I believe. So they're going neck to neck. According to our program, this is 6-litre inboard open, so this is what the guys will be going for. I know one guy that's going to be very happy. He's just been out sunning himself, signing autographs, talking to all the beautiful young ladies in the crowd. Nathan Mills, you must be very happy at the moment.
If only. But yes, we touched on before a couple of these boats, if not all of them actually, 5-litre inboards. They're stepping up to run in the 6-litre category. And as we touched on before, the 2 5-litre hydroplanes heading up the back straight at the moment. As you mentioned, Brendan Anderson in the AMS boat, Anderson Motorsports. That's the white boat on the inside of the bend. And Lockie Vella at the wheel of Impatient on the outside. We did mention before, you did just say that the Anderson Motorsport boat previously was actually campaigned by Lockie Vella. But the Vellas sold the boat to Brendan Anderson, and the Vellas have something bigger and louder on the boil, which there'll be a few more details of that released shortly. But at the moment, Lockie building up his seat time in the 5-litre Impatient. This boat was planned to have a little bit of time off. There was a bit of a refresh and potentially go 6-litre engine capacity, but the 5-litre Wagot Memorial made them decide to put the 5-litre back in. And in the mix, Sick Puppy out of pole 1. And the Kilpatrick campaigned Melody boat on the outside in pole 4. So Brian Kilpatrick's got the the biggest challenge against him, especially having to start on the outside of a couple of hydros. These two hydro drivers, they'll certainly hold their line. There'll be no drama with that, but let's just say the visibility due to two walls of white water, it's going to make it quite a steep challenge. White flag is up. All the boats line up as they come onto the front straightaway. Flag is down and away they go. Anderson got the early jump and then Impatient winds it up. Kilpatrick and Melody on the outside. Let's see how young Corey Marlin goes in pole one. He's going to have to keep it nice and tight. Brendan Anderson still leaves plenty of room. Drifts out towards the outside of lane 2. Couldn't go too far because the red Impatient held his line in lane 3. Plenty of pace down the back straightaway from these 5 litres stepping up into the 6 litre category. But Sick Puppy has to keep it tight. Impatient takes one nice big smooth arc. Keeps the nose out in front, down the front straightaway. Anderson Motorsport currently in 3rd place. His goal right at the moment to get back up over the top of Sick Puppy. But right at the moment, he's actually at a bit of a risk of falling into the clutches of the Melody boat. But it's Impatient, comfortably out in front. This boat's going to be doing a lot of laps for this 6 litre open inboard, as well as 3 heats of 4 laps for the Wagot Memorial, the 5 litre race. But at the moment, down the front straightaway, 1 lap to go, yellow flag is out, with Lockie Bella in Impatient comfortably in front at the moment. Although he's going to be checking the left-hand side mirror to see the young charger Corey Marlin, making sure he stays comfortably behind, which he is successfully doing right this minute. Interesting to see how it's going, the battle for position 3. Sick Puppy still comfortably in 2nd place. Checkered flag, Lockie Bella in Impatient, first across the line. Corey Marlin in Sick Puppy, 2nd. And it is Melody that's come up the inside of AMS to take 3rd place in the Barry Sharp 6 litre open inboard. Brendan Anderson comes wide around the outside, down the front straightaway to greet the checkered flag. So another race down for these open inboards. Essentially, like I said, they're all 5 litres, but they've all stepped up to race in this 6 litre open inboard race.
You mentioned during commentary there, you know, young Lockie's got a lot of races in front of me. He's got this, he's got that. And knowing Lockie, he's probably saying, I don't care how many races I've got as long as Dad's paying all the bills, you know. But he's another product of our Formula Future ranks, mate. And, you know, I remember back in the day, but he did a wonderful job. This boat's been in the family a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has, especially Paul Vella. When he first started racing, actually used to race a little rear seater hydro called My 283, had a little 283 Chev in it, and then got himself romantically involved with the Howard family, if you want to call it that. Paul Vella has ended up marrying one of the Howard family, and with that, not just with that involvement, obviously Paul Vella you know, has his own need for speed, and him and Graham Howard built his first Impatient Hydro. It was a red boat as well, And that was probably back in, like I said, maybe the early 90s. And Paul Vella campaigned that boat for many, many years, and that boat continued on for probably 15 years under Paul's, 10 or 15 years under Paul's control. And then after a trip to North America, lots of conversation with Graham Howard, Paul Vella commissioned the construction of this next generation Howard hydroplane, and the Red Impatient boat is pretty much the first boat out of that particular mould. And even that boat now, it's been on the water for nearly 20 years. And as I mentioned, the boat was scheduled to get a bit of a freshen up. And I think it has in terms of some of the hardware bits and pieces. Obviously maintenance over the years and replacing bits and pieces. But again, yes, a very accomplished hydroplane hull. That boat running all up and down the east coast of Australia. Paul's raced in Bundaberg up in Queensland, and down at Lake Epilock and Yarrawonga down in Victoria. So that boat has cut quite a few laps. And then now with the next generation Vella, Paul's son Lockie at the wheel. And obviously that Vella competitive spirit continuing on to this day. Bit of a replay of that last race showing young Lockie Vella out in front of the Red Impatient boat. Paul's previous boat, Impatient, continued on. I mentioned
looking after myself.
Under the control of a guy called Andrew Petty. The boat was named Stack Injection. And again,
this is farcical.
Travelled all over the country.
It's farcical.
Taking part in events up and down the east coast. And then, even again, that boat sold to the Sherry family and has been running under the name of Wrapped. And the boat's currently for sale at the moment, actually. If anyone's interested in a very competitive race boat, you can do a bit of a search on Facebook for Wrapped Racing, R-A-P-T. Or you just, if you're interested and you happen to be here today at St George, come and have a chat to the Vella family racing, and they'll be able to point you in the right direction. So we did touch on Lockie Vella previously campaigning a boat called Horlin, which has now changed hands and is currently known as Anderson Motorsport, which is the boat that the white boat that finished fourth in this race that's just been.
Roaring up the inside of him on the back straight like he took pole on. I was at the team, I spoke to them, they told me to come to you.
He's losing friends quick, smart, Ricky. He is. He is.
So Craig, we've got the next race on the program. Monos. Heat 1. A few of these boats have been out on the water previously, but not under the Mono Blake's Marine Trophy. This is Heat 1. Division A. We've got enough entries for A and B heats.
So we should have Cracker out of 1, Speed and Leisure out of 2, LFR out of 3. Sorry. Hollow Point out of 1.
ladies and gentlemen. 5 does it.
See Mojo Racing right on the outside. Of course, he is the custodian, Tom Carl. Hasn't driven a boat for 12 months, and he attained the Aussie Championship this time last year. Oh, look at Hollow Point, Mitch Perry. Oh, only chance there of the only chance, only fourth boat of Joshy Heather, beg your pardon. So it's a great duel here at the front of the field. Carl's back in third in Mojo Racing. But the local, Mitch Perry, he's being hounded by Joshy Heather in only fourth, Mojo Racing. You can see Carl now putting on his race face. Next along, Power Marine and Blue Bayou. Oh, look at this. Along the Bankstown helicopter back straight. Hollow Point on the inside. Here comes Heather in only fourth. Into the Secor Marine. Southern turn. So Perry holds him off for the moment, but we saw before only fourth. Josh Heather from the Vintage and Veteran Club. He came up on the outside. We can't discount Rick, beg your pardon, we can't discount Tom Carl in Mojo. So coming into South Sydney detailing, Mitch Perry. Has he fought off the hyenas here? He may have. Only fourth, has dropped back a little bit. Joshy Heather there. Tom Carl. He's got nothing for our lead boat. But will he hang on? Hollow Point, the local boy. Only fourth, he's crept up again. He's just hitting a little bit of dirty water there. Carl's going to have to go on the outside of there to get the cleaner stuff. So I would say, Nathan Mills, we're coming up for one lap to go. You can see Blue Bayou there. So this should be the last lap. Only fourth is moving up on the outside here. There's a big challenge coming on now. Perry on the inside, Heather on the outside. His local knowledge may get him home. Mitch Perry coming up to take the checkered flag in Hollow Point. Well done, young fella. He wins from in second place. Joshy Heather, driver of only fourth. Mojo Racing next. The next boat along is Power Marine and Blue Bayou. So we thought there, Nathan Mills, that Hollow Point was going to get swallowed up there for a while, but he repelled all challenges.
Yeah, well, certainly the reputation for this St George track chopping up, especially later in the race, you'd think would have helped the bigger 21-foot fourth holes a whole lot better, but the 1850 Bullet of Hollow Point managed to keep the motors nice and clean and out in front. Obviously taken full advantage of the slightly the conditions being in the first of the pack. But Mojo Racing Thomas Carl has got his work cut out for him to get the nose back out in front if he's much chance of taking out this Alan Blake's Marine Trophy. You can see the officials moving into position. There is actually the turn buoy. Someone's clipped the turn buoy, the middle turn buoy in our Seacor Marine turn. But actually, I spotted that going down flat during that race. I think one of the boats might have actually cut inside that turn buoy number 2, basically because you can't see it. So he would have come around the first turn buoy and spotted the third one and aimed straight for it. But the officials moving into position now to fix that situation. But a successful run there for the St George local, Hollow Point.
Yeah, mate, he's our secretary of the St George Powerboat Club, and the young fella has done a wonderful job over the last 12 months. We've had a couple of young fellas come on board. Of course, Mitch Pratt as well. The two Mitches have done an outstanding job. And now we're going ahead as a club in leaps and bounds. We see a replay coming up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Look at this wonderful drone footage of the Bankstand helicopter back straight. This is where we thought certainly we were going to see a change for the lead, but Hollow Point did a great job on the inside. He just held that line and said to Josh Heather, mate, if you want to get round me, you're going round the long way, my boy, and that's what he made him do. You can see there that the only false boat of Joshy Heather not enjoying the rough conditions. But indirectly, that's what Mitch Perry has done. He's created the error for Josh, just holding his line, waiting for him to make the mistake. Be interested to know the thoughts of Tom Carl there. We thought he might have made a big late charge. So further on into the race, here comes, you can see Heather, and here comes Carl. I thought, how good's this? 3-1. You can see the Hollow Point, the little boat on the inside. Look, Joshy Heather doing a great job there. You can see the force just bouncing from left to right, right to left. And despite what we can see at the venue and what we can see at home, courtesy of GP Hydro live stream, and particularly at this point of the racetrack where between the two bridges, the Tom Ugley's and the Captain Cook Bridge, where the water of Cogra Bay meets that of Botany Bay and the Georges River. The water can boil up in that corner of the race course. But well done to Mitch. Really happy for him. He's put his racing to the side, and he's devoted himself virtually entirely to the job as secretary of the club, and the amount of work he's put in for this weekend is unbelievable, and he's just got his just desserts there. And in saying that, with the water boiling up in our turns, that's not to say that pole positions are reversed. We get a totally different result. So we thought at this stage, Hollow Point, it was all over Red Rover, but only forced Josh Heather to come back to have another go. that unfortunately for Josh, his troubles began and finished as soon as he entered the corner and coming out. His straight line speed was unbelievably good. But the conditions between the lead in and lead out boys certainly didn't suit the big fourth. You see Pat Benici there back in fourth place. Pat, of course, another one out of our Formula Future ranks. Haven't seen much of Pat racing in the last couple of days. Last couple of years, beg your pardon. But great to see him back here. Blue Bayou, the veteran racer, Desi Maslin. We did hear the Chief Culprit 2 being fired up in the last couple of minutes. Sounded nice and strong. Just a few Cheerios going out to Jay Milligan, the former Commodore of the Taree Aquatic Powerboat Club. I hope you're enjoying the coverage, Jay. As we thought, Jax Cooper watching from hospital, hoping you're looking after that beautiful little girl. And hopefully, of course, Dad Greg Lambert telling me about the young girl yesterday, and hope she's certainly improving and feeling much, much better. So you're watching the coverage from the Children's Hospital there at Randwick. Big hello to Peter Evans and Wayne Johnson, also watching the coverage. We did see a little bit earlier some of our safety craft, of course, and I know another guy, a really good friend of mine, Larry Short. He'll be watching up there at Ballina Heights. Larry was our chief barge driver back in the day, and enjoying retirement. Hope your health's a lot better, Larry, and certainly hope you're enjoying the coverage of the St George Powerboat Club Spectacular for 2025. We're going to be back very, very shortly. So welcome back to the 2025. So welcome back to the 2025 St George Powerboat Club Spectacular. We've got Heat 2 of the Blakes Marine coming up. So at a pole 1 we will have Hunton, Mitch Burt out of 2. Short Fuse, Ryan Edmiston out of 3. Fat Chance, the Queenslander, Scott Carandrews, and out of 4, Dodgy, Craig Dodge. So white flag aloft our pole boat. You see Mitchy Burt there in Hunton in the Haynescraft on the inside. Ryan Edmiston out of 2 and the Dodge man, Craig Dodge in Dodgy. He goes to an early lead, but he's right on the outside. He's going to have to make that big arc of a corner. So heading into South Sydney detailing, we might pick up the drone footage here. No, we won't. The boat on the inside. Looks like the Haynescraft of Mitch Burt in the boat hunting. But here comes Craig Dodge. Craig Dodge flying down the outside. We may see a replica, a repeat of the previous race, where the pole boat hugged that inside line. This is where Dodgy, Craig Dodge, his problems may commence until he gets back out of the Seacall Marine southern turn and onto the St George Powerboat Club front straight. So we can see here Mitch Burt running a nice, tidy, clean race, running pin to pin. But Mitch Burt, oh, nice corner into the South Sydney detailing. Now moving on to the Bankstown helicopter back straight. So next time around, about to leave Bankstown helicopters and move into the Seacall Marine southern turn. Dodge still currently in second place. Not close enough to mount a challenge. Carandrews and Edmiston fighting out third and fourth. But both should be on their last lap. So heading out of St George Motorboat Club penultimate time into the South Sydney detailing, northern turn. It should be final time on the Bankstown helicopter back straight. Yes, yellow flag being displayed. Mitch Burt coming out of pole 1. Very, very similar to our previous winner, Mitch Perry. So we're going to have by the looks of it, Mitch is taking out heats 1 and 2 of the Blakes Marine. So Mitch Burt takes the win. Second home should be Craig Dodge. Next along, Short Fused. And Fat Chance. But our apologies. Just a mix-up here with the flag by the looks of it. So confirming that win will be Hunt and Mitch Bird. Craig Dodge in Dodgy home in second. Ryan Edmondson in short fused, and home next Scott Carandrews. We'll be back very, very shortly. Bob, I'm right. That's dead as doorknob. You got a couple of batteries, please? Fuck me.
Oh, they're coming in to get
All right. Can someone run up and get me some batteries, please? Fucking hell. Well, I just need it from somewhere. Those ones. They're up in the box in the control tower.
Yes, sir.
Hey?
But for this event, stepping back, if you like, back to the 5.2 litre class. And as you mentioned, that first lap, very competitive indeed between those two. About 107 miles an hour now. So for these little boats, for a little 1.6 litre engine displacement, very competitive, very fast indeed. So it looks as though we will have the yellow boat Biohazard out of pole 1, then the white Melton Toyota. I think I might have called it the 100 boat. That's the race number on the side of that boat. says 100. The reason I mention that because the Harrison team actually used to run 2 of these boats side by side, and they were painted up and stick it up exactly the same. The only difference being one had the number, I think it was 86 on the side of it, the other one was 100, so that's why I've got that number in my head. But this weekend is entered under the banner of Nelson Toyota. Harrison team imported a frame kit from Rod Jones Jr. from the States. The boat was actually assembled here in Australia, but was brought in as a kit boat from the US of A. And the other boat, you mentioned the Henderson Hydroplane, which is the yellow boat called Twister. That boat was built up completely over in the States. And that boat brought in by the Holy Boys team and Brad Holland only a couple of years ago, and reconfigured to run this 1.6 litre class, and it's been pretty competitive so far. It's a nice and light boat, modern composite construction, much the same as the GP1 boat, whereas the Howard Hydroplane, which is the yellow boat that will be coming out of Hole 1, the biohazard boat, is primarily timber construction. On the outside, which is the old style open cockpit Donzi boat, as we've already mentioned. Obviously very trusty, very faithful engine setup and hull design. There used to be a lot of these little Donzi hydros running around. Originally this class, the Ozlights, 1.6 litre Toyota Corolla motor, they used to be known as the Formula Fords, and they used to run 1.6 litre Cont Ford motors, basically the same engines from the Formula Ford car race category. But at some point in the early 90s, I believe, the class evolved to the more modern twin cam 1.6 litre Toyota Corolla motor.
Yeah, coming up for the start, we'll talk about Formula Fords right after the race. So we've got young Oscar Stevenson coming up the inside. Grant Harrison out of 2, out of 3. Bradley Holland, and of course, Louis Nichols coming out of Oscar will have that good real estate on the inside. Harrison's going to have to go wide, Nathan.
Yes, the Melton Toyota boat not quite far enough in front to potentially cut in tight, but as we can see there, Grant very much keeping the biohazard boat nice and tight, didn't let the boat drift out and try and keep its speed up. Back on the crane, so obviously unable to get out on the race course and join Heat 1 action in the 1.6 litre Ozlite racing here this weekend. But back out on the race course, we've got Melton Toyota just again with the nose in front, but the boat biohazard, he's sticking with him. We'll see what Oscar can do.
Job back in third, but down in power. But look at this. Should be final time coming up to Seacole Marine. Oh, Stevenson's come up on the inside, on the outside. The veteran racer Harrison. Harrison's going to hang on, I believe. And Harrison should come up and take the checkered flag for a great win. We're still on a race lap. I missed the yellow flag, so my apologies. So Bankstown Helicopters last time. There's the yellow flag. Harrison extending the lead, coming up to Seacole Marine.
Yes, just one rooster tail in front. We mentioned Grant does have to go around the longer way. Biohazard doing his very best to try and crawl back, creep back some of that advantage that the Melton Toyota boat has got. But the one and only Dewey Nichols continues on down the back straight for the final time in this first heat. As we mentioned in the old trusty, the old faithful Donzi open cockpit style design, Dewey lets the boat drift out around the corner, try and keep the boat speed up, down the final straightaway. especially Alison. She's been at the wheel of this Wild Ginger boat for a number of years now. So. Yes, so sorry. A number of years under her belt at the wheel of Wild Ginger. And you mentioned the boat Frisky Pamela. We're going to have to try and chase Michael Thompson to get the background. Where on earth did that name come from? But
of course, his big mono boat is called Eleanor, so there's something there with ladies' names.
So all boats lined up. The white flag has dropped. Boat out of pole 1. PD Racing gets the early jump. Rowdy Burns. Michael Thompson, sorry. Currently in third place. A little bit out wide, but it is the PD Racing's Aaron Pratt. Pole 1, a couple of boat lengths lead already, taking full advantage of that inside line of the South Sydney detailing turn. But we've got the boats in pole positions 2 and 3. Trying to stretch the legs down the back straight away. So, Ragged Edge and Wild Ginger rounding out the pack. So it's getting competitive up the pointy end of the field. PD Racing having a little bit of a wild time heading into that turn. Rowdy Burns in the Gambler having a smoother run into the turn, but again having to go the long way round to the outside.
Yeah, look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back to the afternoon session of day one of the 2025 St George Powerboat Club Spectacular. Boats race coming up next heat of the 1.6s. Biohazard, of course, Oscar Stevenson, second place. In Heat 1 a little bit earlier. The other boat out of the Holland stable. Twister, Brad Holland. So the two yellow boats, 1 and 3, Melton Toyota, Grant Harrison out of 2, and Dewey Nichols in the Little Donzi out of pole 4. White flag aloft our pole boat. And we have a flag down. Good start by Stevenson on the inside, but right down the outside, Grant Harrison actually came out of pole 4, not the pole we were given. We can see on the inside, Stevenson twists in the middle, but right round the outside, here comes Harrison. Harrison possibly in the lead, courtesy of the good real estate, young Oscar Stevenson, doing a wonderful job on the inside, but Harrison running for Melton Toyota moves to the lead now on the Bankstown helicopter back straight. So coming out of Bankstown helicopters, it's that man again, Grant Harrison. Leading out, come from outside pole, great drive by Grant. But Oscar Stevenson showing experience far beyond his years, doing a lovely job on the inside. The stablemate, Brad Holland, back in third in Twister. And the Donzi of Dewey Nichols, the S15 boat. So reached a bit of a stalemate on the course. You can see these 1.6s, they can certainly chew out some speed. So that should be 2 or 3 for Grant Harrison. Grant just going around South Sydney Detail and Cast Park into the course of Northern End. He's opened up a gap now over Oscar Stevenson. Dewey Nichols doing a fab job. Although in 4th place, he certainly doesn't have the speed of the other competitors. But yellow flag being displayed, so race over 4, not 3 laps, but 4 laps. So Harrison, 1 lap to go to make it 2 out of 2 for this point score series held over a number of rounds all over Australia. So final time on the Bankstown helicopter back straight. One left-hand turn to go. So out of Seacall Marine. And taking the checkered flag. That's heat 2. And going to Grant Harrison over Oscar Stevenson in 2nd place, Biohazard, and home in 3rd. Will be Brad Holland, Dewey Nichols home in 4th. see a great view, courtesy of GP Hydro live stream from our drone footage of the vast marina here at the St George Motorboat Club. Beautiful Cogra Bay. We can see Botany Bay, Kurnell in the distance to our left. Now moving, we can see Captain Cook Bridge, Wollaware Bay just further on.
Toyota, Grant
so that's heat 2 of the Cole
Brown, and Dewey Nichols in the Little Donzy out of pole 4.
We have heat 2 of the Ken Wagot. This also over 4 laps.
And we have a flag down. Good start by Stevenson on the inside.
See a replay on our screens here. The charge down the St George Motorboat Club front straight. Stevenson on the inside, through the middle, the other yellow boat of Bradley Holland. And the Master Blaster himself, Grant Harrison, on the outside. So this is a wonderful learning curve for Oscar Stevenson, despite being in second place. He's following the master, and he'll take so much from this weekend. Notwithstanding, it's been a great drive from such a young person. But we can see how these little 1.6s really biting hard in the corners. Weather conditions just about perfect for them here at Cogra Bay. But that's 2 out of 2. He's done the Richie Benno for Grant Harrison. He'll certainly be trying to although it didn't work out well earlier, but he'll be trying to duplicate something similar in the big Grand Prix Hydro GP1. We see Grant Harrison greening the checkered flag.
Yellow flag being displayed, so race over 4, not 3 laps.
So well done to Grant and all the crew associated with GP1. Just going to take a short break and be back very, very soon.
left-hand turn.
Five 50cc outboards, 5 starters, heading towards the start area. We will be expecting Wild Ginger out of 1. There's 2 or 3. Wild Ginger out of 1. PD Racing out of 2. Frisky Pamela out of 3. The Gambler out of 4. And Ragged Edge on the outside in 5. The start boat going deep down into the bay. To turn around and give as much chance for these starters to line up in their respective poles. We can see all the boats shuffling across, closing up that gap between each boat. Under the control of the white flag. Great shots from the drone. The flag is down and away they go. Looks as though the Gambler out in the 4 gets the nose out in front. Frisky Pamela going as well. A little hard to see looking straight into the sun like that. But we have, I think it is Rowdy Burns in the Gambler. Gets the nose out in front, heading down the front straight away. You should see Wild Ginger take the turn nice and tight in lane 1. Evens things back up a bit between these first 3 boats. Foot to the floor the whole time for these little 550s. You might hear this class getting called the 25 horsepowers or the 550s, or some of the other smaller outboard boats are powered by Yamato Racing Outboards. But this category, this class here this weekend is the 550cc outboard. So you can do anything you want to the internals, as long as you're under 550cc engine capacity. We touched on earlier that the engine of choice in this category are the 40 horsepower Tohatsu outboards. Frisky Pamela, driven by Michael Thompson, has chosen to go the Nissan route. So something a little bit different, which, as we mentioned, you can do as long as the engine is under 550cc displacement. So we've got a nice run for the Gambler, and the boat we think is Wild Ginger in pole 1. Alison James from the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club at the wheel of Wild Ginger. You can probably guess she is a redhead, which is where the names come from. But I'm pretty sure it is Rowdy Burns at the wheel of the Gambler, who's just getting the nose out in front at the moment, heading down the Bankstown helicopters back straight away. He was the one who had success in the first heat. And he's having a pretty strong run in heat number 2. Now comes across and essentially takes lane 1. So this heat number 2 of the Ron Lawton Trophy for our 550cc outboards. Yellow flag is out. Single file, as you can see from the drone shots. The boat's a little further down the track. Try and take full advantage of running in the wash of a previous boat. Obviously, if you start to get too close, it starts to chop up a bit. But essentially, it's a bit smoother inside the wake of the boat in front of you. So the boat in front takes a lot of the extreme highs and extreme lows off the water, and it does actually flatten the water out a little bit in the middle of that wash. Obviously, if you're too far behind, that's when the water starts to ripple up again. But Rowdy Burns having a bit of a rock and roll time down that back straightaway. Having to curve a little bit to the right. Going over a few of those bumps. The boat must have ever so slightly veered to the left. He had to make sure he pulled it back out to the right to get around the outside of that first lead-in turn buoy. But checkered flag out now. Rowdy Burns at the wheel of the Gambler. 2 starts down, 2 wins down. And it is Alison James at the wheel of Wild Ginger. Continues on to grab second place. We haven't had much of a chance on screen to see the order of the boats further down the back. And as I speak, the camera pans around, and that looks as though it's Michael Thompson in Frisky Pamela to take third place. It's one of the only challenges of racing here in July at St George is obviously the sun sits a little bit lower in the sky and creates a little bit of glare throughout the day. So fourth place will go towards Melissa King at the wheel of the Ragged Edge, or Aaron Pratt in PD Racing. We touched on before about multi-generations and families involved in powerboat racing. Well, Melissa King, or Mel, she must have thrown the law down at home this weekend. She's actually got 2 kids that race in Formula Future categories. She's normally here with her waders on and helping out with the juniors. And her husband, Andrew King, is also a racer in this 550cc outboard class, or he actually runs a Yamato-powered tunnel boat. So it looks as though
here with Mitch Williams, the driver of the Problem Child F1 race boat. You went out for a run earlier this morning and had a bit of an issue. What happened?
Yeah, you said F1 there. It was a bit of a punt this morning. I only got 1 lap in, and yeah, we cooked piston number 3. So we've just done a quick not a quick engine change, taken about 3 hours. We did an engine change back to the smaller SST 120. So we'll go from here and hope for the best.
Yeah, unfortunately, that means you're going to be a little bit down on power. You reckon you can still smack their ass?
Nah, no way. I'm out. It's the massive difference between coming out of the cornering, especially. There's only about 5-10 mile an hour difference on the straights, but that's about it.
It's just to the mark.
So that's Mitch Williams from Problem Child Racing, mentioning some mechanical issues which they've since rectified.
Hi, here with
across
Joel
seas.
Smith, the driver of the
Next interview from
SFR
Hayden.
tunnel boat. You were just in the Len Sheltrum Trophy. We spoke to you before the second heat, and you're going pretty well. That last race seemed to go pretty well.
Yeah, the last race went really well. Had an awesome race there with Peter Zahler in the Crazy Duck boat. It was absolutely awesome. We were very lucky enough to walk away with the championship this weekend, so we're all pretty happy about that.
So it's the Australian Championship, isn't it?
Oh yeah, correct. First one that we've ever won.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
As we mentioned, Hayden Chester there, roving around the pits, getting some interviews with these drivers as they come back to their pit area after either a successful run or an unsuccessful run sometimes, as we know. So thank you, Hayden, for grabbing those insights. We can see the Melton Toyota Ozlight white hydroplane up on the crane at the moment, getting lifted back into the pit area. You might see either here at St George or on the live stream as some of these hydroplanes get craned back into the pit area. You'll see one of the crew members, they get the garden hose out and they spray fresh water on the bottom of these boats. Obviously, being so close to the ocean here at St George, very much a saltwater venue. And some of these teams doing the best they can in trying to get rid of all that salt water. Obviously, the best time to do that when they're up on the crane is so they can hose the bottom of the boats. Obviously, the top half, they can do that once it's on the trailer and flush the motor and things like that. But obviously, once the boat is on the trailer, it's pretty hard to wash that salt water off. Crew chief for the GP1 Melton Toyota team, Terra, on the hose there, getting as much salt water off the bottom of the Melton Toyota Ozlight boat as you can. So enough of the small capacity Ozlights. Unlimited displacement boat. She's the culprit. Heads out potentially just for a shakedown run. They had some pretty severe mechanical issues which caused them to be a non-finisher in their previous unlimited displacement race. But I think she's the culprit team just out there for a shakedown lap or two to make sure everything's ready, potentially for the start of the next race, which is the unlimited inboard, unlimited outboard Riverside Trophy, which is one of the Australian Championship events on offer here this weekend.
Yeah, certainly right there, Nate. We've got 3 heats coming up. We'll have a mixture of tunnel, displacement, and hydroplane. And as we've seen over many years, a hydroplane particularly can change the conditions in our corners, in our turns. But the Riverside Trophy has been around a long, long time now. Young Cody went in, he didn't spend much time out there, so hopefully let's dot the I's and cross the T's. Because, you know, we have talked about the bad luck young Cody had in January of last year, and we would really want to see him kick some, or tick some boxes. Could be the last we may see Dean in his own boat, passing on to the sun.
Anderson Motorsport. 5 litre hydro heading out, as is the red hydro Impatient. So it looks as though this is actually the second heat of the Wagot 5 litre open. Melody. Brian Kilpatrick at the helm. We've already seen Sick Puppy out on the water. And the 2 hydroplanes, the red Impatient and the white Anderson Motorsports. A very strong running by Lockie Vella in Impatient in Heat 1. 4 laps is the distance. Over 3 heats. This is just Heat 2, so we still have Heat 3 a little later on in the program. We had 4 starters in Heat 1, we got 4 starters in Heat 2. Poor old Brendan Anderson had some rotten luck in the pole draw for this race. In pretty much all 3, I'm pretty sure in all 3 heats, he has got outside pole in number 4. Impatient. I think he was in pole 1 in Heat 1. He's also in pole 1 now in Heat 2. Well, actually, no, he doesn't. Must have pole 2, because Corey Marland in Sick Puppy will start out of pole 1 for this second heat of the Ken Wagot Memorial. As mentioned, one of, if not the most prestigious 5.2 litre open race in Australia. Under the power of the white flag. Sick Puppy in 1. Impatient out of 2. Kilpatrick in Melody out of 3. Brendan Anderson. Anderson Motorsports on the outside in pole 4. The start boat having to navigate around a couple of jet ski pleasure craft who basically shouldn't have been there. They've obviously, unfortunately, disregarded the advice of the other course boats. Here they come. Heat 2, Ken Wagot Memorial. Sick Puppy in 1, Impatient 2. Melody 3, AMS in 4, flag goes down. A nice, fairly even start. Lockie Vella in Impatient, gets the nose out in front early. Brendan Anderson's trying to go with him on the outside. Corey Marland trying to stick with the red hydro. He's going to stick like glue to those inside turn, boys. That's the shortest way around the track. These high tower displacement boats, traditionally very good at acceleration, whereas the hydros normally take a little bit of time to wind up. But Lockie Vella stays nice and tight in lane 2. Corey Marland's got the nose out in front though. So the battle is on. Corey Marland, Sick Puppy, got the nose out in front at the moment. Here comes Impatient at the end of the straightaway. Impatient doing its best to stay nice and tight, like these hydroplanes do. Sometimes drifted out a little bit during the course of the turn, but it is Sick Puppy with the advantage at the moment. We're still on lap 2. We've still got 2 to go after the end of this. You can see Lockie Vella goes in hot into the lead-in buoy. Try to get this deficit back. His best chance is to keep drifting the boat out nice and wide, keep that boat speed up. Corey Marland still got the nose out in front. Looks as though it is Kilpatrick comfortably in third place at the moment with Anderson Motorsports. Potentially off the pace a little bit. Did have an issue earlier on in the program, but still out on the water. So Corey having a bit of a rock and a roll, bit of a almost a high side as they call it, in the middle of that last turn. Yellow flag is out, 1 lap to go. Lockie Vella doing his best to stay with the high-powered displacement. Brian Kilpatrick in Melody. Here comes Lockie. Second last straight away. He's going to be throwing everything at it to try and reel in the young gun, Corey Marland. A little bit of a hop down the back straight from Corey. That would have caused him to back off ever so slightly. But was it enough to cause an issue? Keeps the nose out in front. Oh, impatient. Lockie Vella's pulled up. Potentially got a bit of a hose down there. So whether Lockie's consciously switched off or whether that engine has bigger issues. But Brian Kilpatrick comes through to grab second place. Unfortunately, Lockie Vella not quite close enough to the finish line to drift over the finish line. Brendan Anderson in Anderson Motorsports will come through to grab third place for Heat 2 of the Ken Wagot Memorial. But the big story is Corey Marland out in front takes first place in Heat 2. So with an unfortunate did not finish from Lockie Vella, he's effectively taken no points from Heat 2. Even though he had a successful Heat 1, here's a replay of the start process.
They've obviously, unfortunately, disregarded
that is
the
after
advice
the
other course boats.
Two jet skis who were in an area of the track they shouldn't have been, but anyway.
Heat 2, Ken Wagot Memorial, Sick Puppy in 1,
Lining up.
Heat 2.
The drop of the white flag, Brendan Anderson, even though he had to go around the long way for that start process, got himself up front, gave himself the best opportunity. A little bit off the pace in terms of outright speed with the red Impatient Hydro, and Corey Marland also showing plenty of speed up the inside. Taking full advantage of that pole 1 starting draw process. There is a third heat of the Ken Wagot to come.
Stays nice and tight.
So still a long way to go with 4 full competitive racing laps.
So the
battle to take a bit of a tally on the point system. Corey Marland will be up front with second place and now first place. An unfortunate situation here for Heat 1 winner, Lockie Vella. Not able to finish Heat 2. Hopefully the reason for the stop was self-inflicted in terms of he turned the motor off because it was a bit of a process.
Still on lap 2.
Combination of events, if you
Still
like,
got 2 to go after the end of this.
that had potentially a bit of spray
see Lockie
fingers
Villa.
crossed not ingest into
Goes in
the motor.
motor.
You see at this stage of the replay, Lockie was quite a fair way back at the end of lap 2. Managed to crawl back a lot of that real estate. You can see there Corey Marlin having a tough time in some of the choppier conditions in the tighter lane.
Did have an issue earlier on in the program, but still out on the water. So Corey having a bit of a rock and a roll, a bit of a almost a high side as they call it.
At this point of the replay is lap 2 actually, sorry. So 2 laps still to run. You see Ryan Kilpatrick in the boat Melody. Technically speaking, Melody 11, Melody X1, which is the 11th evolution of the Melody racing name. The Kilpatrick family, again, another multi-generational racing family.
That would have caused him to back off ever so slightly. But was it enough to cause an issue? Keeps the nose out in front. Oh,
that's really
Pace Fella's pulled up.
The unfortunate
So whether
finish
not finish consciously switched off, or whether that
impatience
needed
runs.
Bigger issues.
And Ryan Kilpatrick comes up to
Ryan Kilpatrick comes
take
through
the second place. We can see on the live stream the picture down in the bottom right hand corner. GP1 starting to get ready for the next race, which is Unlimited Inboard and Outboard.
Anderson Motorsports will come through to grab
One of the heats of the APBA Australian Championship Riverside Trophy. We'll check the full list of entries in a minute. Do believe that is the next race on the program.
So welcome back to the 2025 St George Powerboat Club Spectacular, Day 1, Afternoon 1. We've got 3 very big heats of the Riverside Trophy coming up. And whilst we've got a moment, just a bit of maybe a delay on the ramp or so. Got a couple of the Grand Prix out on the water already. But Heat 1, well, they're all cracking fields, but out of Pole 1, the South Australian, Dave Sadley in Titan. Out of Pole 2, final feature, Greg Banks. Out of 3, mainline Donald, Simon Troy. Chillax, Andrew Chilvers. Out of 4, Milton Toyota, GP1, Grant Harrison out of 5. Our Heat 2, out of Pole 1, reigning title holder, Damon Cohen in Eagle F1. So he's got the pole there. Speed and Leisure, Dave Minton, out of 2. Crazy Duck Racing, Peter Zala from Canberra. He's out of 3. 4, Melody 11, Brian Kilpatrick. And Warlord, Troy Marlin, he's out of 5. Our final heat will be Octane Racing, Matt Peck out of 1. Smith Family Racing, Joel Smith out of 2. Problem Child with the standard 2 litre motor. Back for Mitch Williams, he's out of 3. She's the Culprit 2. Cody Barry out of 4. Out of 5. Anderson Motorsport, Brendan Anderson. So he's out of 5. And out of 6, GP1. So Grant Harrison out of pole 6. So just repeating, 1 will be Titan. Final feature, Triple Eight, mainline dynos, Chillax, and Milton Toyota, GP1. Once again, a very big thank you to Scott Lambert and crew for GP Hydro live stream, for the free live stream with you people at home are receiving. I hope you're enjoying the telecast. Been a little bit of a trying morning so far, which is hopefully we'll get back on track very, very shortly. Tom Ugly's bridge there, heading towards the Georges River. So we can see some of the boats coming out of the D-arm, between C and D arms of the St George Motorboat Club. You can see some action on the water. So we can see and hear the Milton Toyota GP1. Grant Harrison just coming out between the A and B arms. One of the most sought after judges in Australia. The very best have their name on this particular trophy. So we can see the boats, courtesy of our drone, coming out of South Sydney Detailing onto the Bankstown helicopter back straight. The next three races, ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your hats. We're going to see some of the best. Some of the best drivers, some of the best powerboats in the country. To those watching on GP Hydro live stream, a very warm welcome. Those not able to attend, those watching within Australia and around the world, a very warm welcome from us here at Cogra Bay, New South Wales, Australia. So coming on to the St George Motorboat Club front straight. Nathan Mills, who should pick?
Oh, you can't give me that one. Can't give me that hospital pass. It's going to be interesting to see. We've got inboard displacement one, and then we've got 2 or 3 outboard tunnel boats in terms of the order of the lineup. GP1, Hydro on the outside, drops the hammer early. And it is GP1 with the lead at the moment. Unlimited displacement, Titan, all the way from South Australia here this weekend. Currently in second place, but potentially about to fall into the clutches of one of the outboard tunnel boats. A little bit hard to see in the low sun level. But we have Grant Harrison in the Milton Toyota GP1, comfortably out in front. Tunnel boat now in second place. It's potentially final feature. No, it's either Triple Eight Racing or Collapse, actually. So Grant Harrison, whatever propeller issue they had in their first race, they've seemed to have that sorted. No dramas with the thrust and drive of this Grand Prix hydroplane at the moment. This is an Australian Championship race. Unlimited, unrestricted. That's why we've got hydroplanes. That's why we've got displacements. That's why we've got tunnel boats. There's still 2 heats to run, and then a final race. That will be later on in the weekend. But it is Chillax currently in second place. They're the ones up the front end of the field. Victorians 1 and 2. And at the moment it might still be South Australia in pole 3. They're playing position 3. But it is a full lap championship race this time. Grant Harrison grabs the yellow last lap flag. Chillax currently in second place. Grant Harrison drifts that Grand Prix hydroplane GP1 beautifully around this Cogra Bay racecourse. This isn't his first rodeo, either here at St George or in the this category overall. So Grant Harrison, Melton Toyota GP1, comes around the final turn, takes the checkered flag in Heat 1 of the Riverside Trophy. Unlimited, unrestricted Australian Championships. The Outboard Tunnel Boat grabs second place. Chillax. And it was the boat from Victoria, South Australia, Titan, in third place, which that is still the case. Comes out of the last turn, fires it down the final straight away. Third place. Finish, and it looks as though we've only got 3 finishes in this race. A couple of the outboard tunnel boats, unfortunate non-finishes there, Craig.
Yeah, coming up to the start, and our difficulty here, calling from the Sapphire Room and the glare off the water, there were supposedly 3 tunnel boats, but we only saw the one tunnel boat, the displacement, and of course Grant Harrison in the Grand Prix Hydro come up for the start. So, it was a wipeout there for New South Wales, mate. We've got 2 Victorians. Dave Bishop in Victoria to be cheering, and of course Dave Sadley from South Australia. So, I'm pretty sure I saw Simon Troy go out, but didn't see him come up for the start.
That's the same with final feature.
Yes, exactly, mate. Yes, yeah. Just he had that issue earlier in the day, and I wonder if it's come back to haunt Greg. I don't know, but I tell you, our second heat of the Riverside, Eagle F1, the current title holder. The incumbent, of course, Damon Cohen, he comes out of 1. Speed and Leisure out of 2, Dave Mitton. We saw a really good performance off him out of pole this morning, but I'm not sure if he'll have the outright pace at Cohen. Out of 3, Crazy Duck Racing, Peter Zala. Pete is just happy to churn out laps. Out of 4, we have Melody 11, Brian Kilpatrick. Well, he's turned out a few laps himself today. And, of course, Warlord, Troy Marlin. So, we're coming up for a replay here. Yeah.
From us here.
See Dave Sadley. We can see Chile. We can see... there we go. There's the mainline Dynalog boat.
On to the St George Motorboat Club front
and there's
straight.
Greg Banks. So not sure what happened with both Simon and Greg. Just not sure whatsoever.
It's going to be
They're definitely there.
Inboard displacement in
They're in the hands of the starter, but Greg was quite a bit. That big arc heading into the Cars Park, into the South Sydney detailing end of the course. The Prince of Pakenham, he's caught right in the middle of the displacement in the hydro. So he's not going to get great water. But he did a good job, Andrew, because first time here at St George, he's been a regular with the Australian Formula Powerboat Grand Prix series, but very impressed indeed. He's driven some really good lines, he's done nothing silly. He's really happy to be here with great to see him here, and he's just going to pick up a loop, and the people that go a bit quick on the road, Andrew is one of those policemen on the motorcycles that come and pull you over. So, yeah, good to keep the coppers on side, isn't it, Nathan? So, yeah, a really nice guy. He was really happy to be here yesterday.
This is an Australian Championship race.
You can hear in the background as we're watching the replay, you can hear the Warlord off the team of Troy Marlin. But I'll tell you what he was. I'm going to be really interested because he's got the good real estate, but the good real estate on the inside isn't hydro territory. It's not whatsoever. I haven't had the chance, maybe you can answer it for us, Nate. The big difference that Troy would have driving, say, the big blown displacement boat Madness compared to the big GP Hydro.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Obviously, Troy's pretty handy at being able to switch between the two modes. I guess one of the key elements would be the fact that, especially when you come to a corner, the displacements essentially lean in. They, lean over to the left, lean into a corner. Whereas effectively a hydro, because they're skimming across the top of the water, effectively they're sort of leaning to the right, if you want to call it that. Sure enough, they've got two sponsons to help stabilise them, so they do manage to stay relatively flat, but I guess that would be one of the core differences. But as we've seen, Troy Marlin is quite easily very capable of being able to switch into hydro mode, and when needed, switch into displacement mode. At the moment, he's in hydro mode. He's up against three outboard tunnel boats in poles 1, 2 and 3. Then 5 litre displacement of Melody. And then the GP Hydro of Warlord on the outside in pole 5. So, without putting the mockers on him, we kind of expect Warlord to win the drag down the front straightaway. We can hear the revs raise up. The 3 tunnel boats on the inside, Warlord on the outside. It's going to be nice and tight for those 3 tunnel boats, especially if they get to turn 1 all at the same time. All relatively behaving themselves, those 3 tunnel boats. But Warlord rounds them up around the outside on this first straightaway. Melody, probably the smallest dog in the fight in terms of outright speed down the straightaways anyway. But it is this big yellow GP Hydro of Warlord. A bit of a lane change there by one of the tunnel boats. Was out in lane 3, switches to lane 1, using the cornering ability of these outboard tunnel boats. I mentioned about these tunnel boats turning on rails, because that's effectively what those sponsons are. Once they trim the engine in, they effectively get the full length of the sponson to be inside in the water to grip the inside of the turn, and away they go. The other benefit is obviously the outboard motor on the back, so they actually have the propulsion, the actual drive of the boat changes direction as well. That's why these outboard tunnel boats can turn so efficiently. But they don't have the overall brute force of a Grand Prix hydroplane. As Warlord heads into the South Sydney detailing turn for lap 2, I think it is. So 4-lap heat. We've got 3 qualifying heats. So your outright race time in these heats gets you a ticket into the final. The final being a little later in the program. But Warlord, sounding strong, looking strong, now grabs the yellow last lap flag. These 2 tunnel boats having a good race. Crazy Duck and Speed and Leisure. But it is Warlord showing plenty of pace. We can see Melody has unfortunately come to a stop on the inside of the race course. So an unfortunate did not finish, goes against the Melody crew. But checkered flag goes Warlord. And because this is a qualifying heat, even though Warlord was out in front, he had to keep pushing all 4 laps. You can't back off. The final results of these heats go on overall race time. Lambert Family Racing, successful 2nd place, managing to get out in front of Crazy Duck, I think it is. So those guys had a good, nice race-long battle that only thinned out towards the end there. So that was qualifying heat 2. We still have a 3rd qualifying heat coming up, where we have outboard tunnel, inboard hydro, outboard tunnel, inboard displacement, and outboard tunnel. So another great mix of horsepower mix and boat category styles.
Yeah, complete domination there, Nathan. You mentioned a word there, brute force, or words brute force, and the tunnels might have the finesse, but as you say, these have got the brute force. And they're real animals on the water. I don't know, Brock Cohen was very competitive. Damien Cohen was very competitive early on, but I didn't even see him drop off Troy's coattails there. And the next we saw, there was the battle between Speed and Leisure and Peter Zala. The other boat, Melody, as Nathan alluded to, pulled to the inside of the circuit, but wasn't real sure what happened to Damon. But out of one, we'll have in our next heat, Octane Racing, Matt Peck, Smith Family Racing, Joel Smith, Problem Child, Mitch Williams, Katie Barry. In She's a Copper 2. Out of 4. So 3 tunnels against 1 displacement. The She's a Copper 2 boat went out, did a couple of hot laps. Boat sounded good. So hopefully that gremlin has been erased. It's amazing to think that we're here at Cogra Bay, and Nathan and I are in the Sapphire room calling off a TV, and the brightness of sunlight and the beautiful heat. It's been absolutely freezing of a night.
Yeah, but it certainly turns itself around when the sun comes up. Yeah, so pretty amazing. Craig, you did just run through the boats in this 3rd qualifying heat. An unfortunate non-starter is actually the 3rd GP Hydro that was here this weekend. We were supposed to have GP 101 start in this next race, but because of a hardware failure situation in the first warm-up run of this morning, the unfortunate GP Hydro of GP 101, unfortunately, is unable to make the start of this next race. So the damage on that hardware, a little too much to be able to fix while they're here in the pit area today. We'll have to try and grab someone from the team or something a little bit later, and we'll find out whether there's any chance of starting tomorrow. But if we find out before the end of the call today, we'll let you know. We can see the camera at the moment, the impatient team working away trying to
At the moment, he's in hydro mode.
Hopefully get that boat in a situation where they can
three
potentially
outboard tunnel boats
start
in
heat
holes
3
1, 2
of
and
the
3.
Wagot.
Then
But we've
5 litre
got a
displacement.
replay on screen
Melody
at the moment. A replay of that heat number 2 of the Riverside Trophy.
In pole 5.
As you can see, 3 outboard tunnels.
Without putting the mockers on him, we could kind of expect Warlord to win the
Unfortunately, he's one of those unable to make the finish. Comfortably out in front. Almost from the drop of the flag. Just took a few seconds to wind up. But the inboard tunnel boats of Eagle F1, Speed and Leisure, and Crazy Duck.
Probably the smallest dog in the fight in terms of outright speed.
Running nice and clean through that first turn we saw from the drone footage.
But it is this big yellow GP Hydro of Warlord.
Nice lane change there from one of the boats. We're going to have a shot from the inside of lane 1. But this absolutely awesomely presented Grand Prix hydroplane owned by the Burton family.
Obviously the outboard motor on the back, so they actually have the propulsion, the actual drive of the boat changes
quite
direction
successfully
as well.
campaigned
That's why these outboard tunnel
by
boats
the
are
Marlin
trained
racing team.
turn so efficiently. But
so this Riverside Trophy, as mentioned, we'll be getting ready for Heat 3 very shortly, where we will have, once again, outboard tunnels, inboard displacements. And we were supposed to have an inboard hydroplane, but unfortunately, we still do with Anderson Motorsports. Burning through the race field this weekend, having another entry into this unlimited, unrestricted Riverside Australian Championship.
Sounding strong.
So he'll be the lone hydro in this qualifying Heat 3. And as mentioned, even if you happen to finish 4th, you might be 4th across the line, but if you happen to register the 4th fastest race time, that will earn you a spot into the final. So once these qualifying heats are all complete, we'll have to chase up the officials and get official word of who makes the start of the final.
Showing plenty of pace.
The final race being held
has unfortunately come to a stop on the inside of the race course.
in about
So an unfortunate
5 or 6 races time on the program.
Even though Warlord was out in front,
A very strong run
had to keep
again
pushing all
on the
4
replay
laps.
from
You can't back
the
off,
Marlin team.
The final results of these heats go on overall race time.
Quick opportunity for a bit of a shout out to some of the
Cody Barry,
sponsors.
the driver of
Actually,
CC
we had another
Concrete.
interview.
You had a bit of an oil leak last time you had a run. You just took it out for another run just then. What'd you find?
Yeah, in the first race, we had a low oil pressure, so I just pulled the pin on that. I come back in, there was a couple loose fittings, so just tightened everything out, went out for another run and just put too much oil in and it just spat out the side, so drained some oil out and we'll hopefully go for another run.
Yeah, so you'll be in the Riverside heats today?
Yeah, maybe the final. Yeah, in the heat, so I think I'm on the outside, so I'll just give it a go, I guess.
Yeah, beautiful. All right, Al. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks for grabbing that quick interview with Cody Barry. She's the Culprit 2 team are already at the ramp getting ready for this qualifying heat number 3 for the Riverside.
Well, I can say, Nath, that I've just been down to see the good folk from Tamworth, and they all had smiles on their faces. I didn't see Ben, but I saw his dad and all the support crew. Steering cable. So they bent the rudder, and unfortunately, no more. So they're very disappointed, but they had smiles, and they said they'd only probably replaced it 12 months ago, you know, and they had a look at the other day and had this and had that. Sometimes these things happen, but you picked it up in live commentary. The boys down there, they actually said it had a bit of a whoop on the right-hand side. That was the start of it.
This goes to show how finely tuned and how much of a knife edge some of these, especially the GP Hydros and things like that, are running. We actually saw a similar incident to that actually at not quite a test day, but it was a club day down at Dargle as part of a Vintage and Veteran Powerboat Club Vintage Resto Day. And Brendan Anderson had a test run there at the Dargle track, and it was actually heading up the back straight in a similar position that GP 101 had their situation, and the boat just hooked right, turned right. Thankfully it wasn't because of a broken steering cable or any kind of components like that, but it just goes to show you that you land wrong, you know, the wrong way on a roller or something like that, and just the balance ever so slightly off, and then bang, around you go.
I did make mention to Benny's dad. I said he'll be a sore boy tonight, and he said, Craig, he's already sore now.
Yes, well, we saw. I mean, the best outcome for it was obviously the boat stayed upright and stayed flat. It was literally just a flat spin. But as you can imagine, the boat at the speed at which they were going, which that wasn't quite flat out, but it would have been up 120, 130 mile an hour potentially, and then it essentially came to a stop in the space of about 5 or 6 metres. So yeah, you can imagine the G-forces that poor old Benny had to go through at that point in time.
And his dad and the crew did actually say that that's the best the boat has gone. So I think that's why it's so disappointing, because it's not as if you can go out on a road and test a car where you're fixed or whatever. With powerboat racing, you might get the chance to do it for the next 3 weeks. Best the boat's gone, and see this happen. But look, they'll be back bigger and better. Very determined, typical country folk. Just really nice people of our sport, and they'll be back. Wouldn't have been great to see 3 hydros side by side.
Most definitely. We still might see it. It just might, hopefully it'll potentially be Anderson Motorsports that registers a decent race time in this qualifying Heat 3 of the Riverside. And it'll, fingers crossed, GP3 Warlord, GP1 Melton Toyota, and then Anderson Motorsports, the little 5-litre hydro, mixing it with the big boys in the final of the Riverside. As we mentioned, probably about 6 races to come on the race program. But we've just got to wait for this third qualifying heat to find out exactly who makes it into the final. We saw a couple of words from Cody Barry via Hayden Chesser, who's running around the pits grabbing some Vox Pops, as he call it. And we saw, Cody Barry, after a bit of an issue earlier on in the day, they managed to get that boat sorted. We can see in the pit area that She's the Culprit is out of their designated pit area, and fingers crossed they're already down at the ramp getting into the water along with the other starters in this Riverside. So as mentioned, another couple of outboard tunnels, and then 5-litre hydro, Anderson Motorsports, and She's the Culprit, unlimited displacement.
And it would be really, with me, I've mentioned it a couple of times, it would be really nice to see Cody get a really good result here in light of what happened. litre fuel injected of
Matt Peck. This is the ex-Damon Cohen engine that ran at the last Super Series round. So a bit of R&D also today for Matty. Smith Family Racing being very, very consistent today has been Joel Smith. Out of 3, we have Problem Child. Now he's gone back to a stock a 2-litre carby engine because he had problems with the other, the 2.5. And out of pole 4 is she's the culprit. Octane Racing, Smith Family Racing, Problem Child, she's the culprit too.
It's Anderson Motorsport who will be on the outside in pole 5.
Okay, that's who we were missing. Off our screen here, courtesy of GP
Hydro
live stream. Thank you to Scotty Lambert, to Paul and Neil, the wonderful cameraman and our drone operators here today. Coming up for the start, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, the boat coming out of pole 3, very, very towy indeed. That's the Problem Child boat of. So Problem Child out of 3. Sydney detailing a good corner, but this is where the tunnels will do all their work. Matty Peck in Octane Racing, he leads out, but here comes Barry right down the outside. In pole 2, Smith Family Racing holds third, but look at that man, Cody Barry. Showing a clean pair of heels currently leading into Seacorn Marine, the southern end of the course. Matt Peck coming up on the inside on the St George Motorboat Club straight, and Matt Peck comes back on the inside. They come out the complete run of 4. Cody Barry still leads out. But as the water boils up, this is where it's going to assist that boat on the inside, that being Matt Peck.
Yes, 2 very different styles of boats, 2 very different race lines. 2 very different ways these guys put the power down on the water. You can see she's the culprit. He wants more straightaways. Matty Peck in Octane Racing, he wants more turns. How do you like them apples? Goes Cody Barry down the back straight. Gets the nose up in front. We've got Anderson Motorsport making a move on the outboard tunnel. Smith Family Racing, she's the culprit, pulled up to a stop on the outside of Seacorn Marine turn. Anderson Motorsport's going to do the gentlemanly thing and go around the outside. But it's Matty Peck. I was going to say Gregory Peck. That's the actor. Matty Peck, Octane Racing. Successfully out in front at the moment. The big unlimited displacement of she's the culprit coming to a stop on the outside of turn 2. Anderson Motorsports now snuck up. Managed to get the nose out in front of Problem Child, driven by Mitch Williams. But he's still got another tunnel boat to try and hunt down to register a decent race time to earn his stripes to get into this final. But Matty Peck, he's given himself the best chance. Yellow flag, 1 lap to go. The battle continues on for position 3. Anderson Motorsports matching it with Mitch Williams in the Problem Child tunnel boat. And I think it is Joel Smith comfortably in second place at the moment. So the battle's going to come down to third place. We've got Matty Peck, Octane Racing. Out in front, hugging those turn boys. Had to go a little bit wider in that last one. You nearly rubbed a bit of yellow nylon on the inside of that middle turn boy. A checkered flag, Matty Peck, Octane Racing. Very successful showing there. But the race for position three. Joel Smith gets second place. But the battle is on for third place. Is it 5-litre hydro? Is it outboard tunnel? Down to the wire. From that angle, it looks as though it might have been Anderson Motorsports just in front. The 5-litre small block Chev in the Anderson Motorsports boat. That Bergeron boat, previously campaigned by the Vela family, originally from Canada of all places. That boat built over in North America. And the Vela team purchased that boat, brought it out into the country in the shipping container. Bit of work building a new trailer and repowering it, changing the configuration from a direct drive. They turned the motor around, put a Z-drive gearbox in it. They called the boat Haulen, and Lockie Vela certainly did that with a very stout and high horsepower 5-litre small block Chev. And that boat has been moved on to the Anderson Motorsport team, who's doing a very, very good job getting their head around this new boat. Brendan Anderson ran a 6-litre hydro a few years ago, probably 10-15 years ago. He'd been off the water for a little while, and then got the itch again just a couple of years ago. He's only owned this boat maybe 12 months tops. As we see a replay of the start of this qualifying heat number 3.
Problem child, she's the culprit too.
We have the outboard monos coming up next. So just as we prepare the course for this next race. On the live stream, we have a replay of the start of this previous qualifying heat for the Riverside Unlimited Unrestricted Australian Championship.
Paul and Neil, the wonderful cameraman, and our drone.
So that's pretty cool at the end of this.
Coming up for the start, ladies and gentlemen.
Final race, as mentioned, about 5 or 6 races down in the program.
Coming out of
whoever gets across the line, they're going to be able to call themselves an Australian champion.
Problem child.
See the white flag still up in the start unlimited displacement, high horsepower outfit being she's the culprit, but he did have to go around turn 1 all the way out in lane 4, which did allow Matty Peck to get the nose in front, but then Tony Barry straightens the boat up, matches the right hand pedal, and away he goes.
The southern end of the course.
The boat right out in front of
coming
Matty
up
Peck.
on the inside
As we see this part of the replay, these outboard tunnel boats, they love the corners. These unlimited displacements, they love the straights. Battle go back and forward for a couple of laps. Very unfortunate. We will see here in a moment where the She's the Culprit boat will come to a stop mid-turn in the Sequel Marine turn down near Tom Bridge.
Gets the nose up in front. We've got Anderson Motorsport making a move.
Making a charge on
the
Problem
outboard
Child.
tunnel. Smith family racing.
And that's where we
She's
saw,
the culprit's pulled up to a stop.
no doubt, a cry from the crowd, especially from the Barry pit crew.
Anderson Motorsport's going to do the gentleman.
As that boat came to a stop. We did mention some engine dramas early in the day. The team confident enough they managed to get it sorted, which they certainly did for 2.5 laps. But hopefully we'll get a chance to try and find out what the drama was caused by, and whether there's any chance of She's the Culprit too heading back out on the water later in the program. So that was their dash done for the Riverside.
But he's still got another tunnel boat to try and
unrestricted
hunt down to register a decent race
the
time.
qualifying heats.
to
since
earn his
they
stripes to get
registered
into
and did
this
not finish,
final.
ineligible to make their way through to the final. Like I said, once we find out the corresponding pole positions and starting order for the final, we will let you know. But Matty Peck, Octane Racing. Having a great run. Flying the outboard tunnel flag in this unlimited, unrestricted category race.
We've got Matty Peck,
Two
Octane
previous
Racing,
heats,
out in front,
respectively won
hugging those turn
by
boys.
Grand Prix Hydroplanes.
Had to go a little bit wider in
It'll
that
be
last one.
interesting to see
Nearly rubbed a bit of yellow.
how Octane Racing registers in terms of outright race time. Great display
Octane Racing
of Matty Peck giving
very
himself
successful
the
showing
best
there.
chance
But the race
of
for
matching
position
it with the
3.
big boys. You saw
Joel
him
Smith
absolutely
in second
hugging
place.
those turn boys in that last turn before the finally heading down the front straightaway. And it was a drag race on for Anderson Motorsports and the problem child. 5-litre hydroplane on the outside, outboard tunnel boat on the inside. So that's it for the qualifying heats of the Riverside. I think we're waiting on the outboard monos. It is actually the final heat or final race of the Blake's Marine Trophy. And we can see a little bit of activity in the pit area. Some of the teams, everything's under control. Taking it nice and easy, just waiting for the call up for their next race. And then other teams doing a bit of checking and maintenance, with a little bit of work to do for them to get ready for their next race. So the St George Powerboat Club officials doing a great job of herding the cats, if you like, in regards to getting these boats to the ramp on time. A bit of a logistical challenge here at this St George venue, in the sense that the pit area is effectively split into two sections. Just the physical presence of the clubhouse kind of splits the two areas, and we've got the outboard tunnel boats and the crane-based hydros down one end, and then the primarily trailer-style boats of the monos and inboard displacements are pretty much down the other end. We've got some vehicles running around towing the trailers and the boats to wherever they need to be. But a big thank you to those vehicle drivers and all of the St George Powerboat Club officials for helping this event move along. We can see the outboard monos start to prepare, potentially waiting on one or two more monos to get out on the water. Those boats waiting for the start are what we call milling around. Sometimes they'll literally be just doing circles almost on the spot. Basically just taking up time so they can wait for the signal from the tower to then head out on the course and be under the control of the start boat, the start procedure. The monos out on the water, getting ready for their next race. But Craig, you've got some news.
Next, have we?
Yeah.
Yep.
got the final pole. And what a race we're going to have. High Point, Mitch Perry out of 1. Hunton, Mitch Burt out of 2. Only Force Josh Heather out of 3. Current title holder, Mojo Racing, Tom Carl out of 4. Dodgy Craig Dodge out of 5. Short Fuse, Ryan Epperson out of hole 6. So, probably with the exception of Tommy Carl, a lot of these guys actually race against each other during our Super Series. So they'll all know each other's strengths and weaknesses. They all get on really good. So let's have a great trophy for 2025. Tommy Carl will certainly be hoping to put his name back on for 2025 as it was in 2024. But still a field here. Really looking forward to this one. Conditions. I just went down to the marina office where all the poles have. That's good.
Certainly is. And having a look at those pole positions, potentially going to have to ask the question: who's Mitch Perry connected to? He's managed to draw pole 1 for Heat 1 and Heat 2.
As I said a little bit earlier in commentary, the race is taking a back seat because he poured so much time and effort into our powerboat club, and but anyway, well, look, he drove a really good race out of pole 1 first time around. He got headed a couple of times but came back, but we'll certainly have a great race.
Well, it goes to show the calibre of him as a boat driver, because if he's been worried about other things this week, he still managed to pull out a win in the first heat of this Blake's Marine Trophy. So, as we mentioned, especially during the race, a little bit unexpected, if you like. We were expecting a stronger showing from probably the bigger 21-foot force style boats, and there's a 21-foot bullet boat out there as well. But it was the smaller 1850 bullet of Hollow Point who actually registered the number 1 in the finish. And he's got himself quite literally in pole position to register another good result for Heat 2. But we've got the boat Hunton. Yep, Hunton in pole 2, only Force in 3, Mojo out in 4, Dodgy in 5, and Short Fuse in 6.
Coming up for a start, thank you to Nathan Mills. We got Mitch Bird there in Hunt. He dropped off the pace there a little bit out of 2. He doesn't want to break the start. Flag up and flag down.
Mitch Perry back in second place. Is that the 21 on the outside there? Mojo Racing, Tom Carl, I believe it is. Carl moves in the second over Mitch Perry on the Dexter helicopter back straight.
Great drone footage here. Good battle for second and third. It's opened up a little bit. Looks like Dodgy, Craig Dodge back in fifth place. Hunt, Mitch Burt had a bit of a dipsy doodle there coming out of Two-Core Marine. Mojo Racing.
Marine, very, very strong under the George Motorboat Class 1 straight. Oh, look at this. Gunnel to gunnel here. Nice, fabulous race under the George Motorboat Class 1 straight.
Yes, force boat versus force boat. Thomas Cole gets the nose out in front at the moment. Is that lead only to a boat length or two? It's potentially not even that. Just the camera angle probably showing it a little bit bigger than what it actually is in reality. As the boats head into the South Sydney detailing turn. So it is Hunton gets the nose up in front, and Mojo Racing on the outside. But not too sure if this is 3 or 4 laps. Hopefully we'll see on the screen when the yellow flag pops up. It's potentially 4-lap race it is. Oh, a little bit of a hose down there. Poor old Tommy Cale tried to stay in nice and tight. A bit of a wash, flared out from the outside of that force hull of the boat in one. Position 1. And they are on their last lap. So Tommy Cale, second place in Heat 1, currently second place in Heat 2. We'll have to get clarification. These placings do earn themselves the position for a final race. This is the final. Craig Len just confirmed. So Tommy Cale's going to do his best down this last back straightaway. It's going to be a big turn. Stays nice and wide. Very nice. Thomas Cale. Is he going to get up and over the top? Only force it is. We were calling it the wrong boat. Oh, Tommy Cale potentially gets the nose out in front. Very, very close indeed. The only force boat. We were mistakenly calling it Hunton earlier on in the race, so apologies to the Heather family there. Hollow point, Mitch Perry crosses the line. Bit of a cheer from the crowd in the background for young Mitch Perry, one of the St George Powerboat Club locals. And Dodgy, Craig Dodge. He's based out near the, pretty much on the Hawkesbury River out at Lower Portland, not too far from the Dargle Racecourse. And that is Short Fuse. Comes across the line to greet the checkered flag. So apologies to the Only Force crew. We had the commentator's curse put on ourselves. But a fantastic run by Josh Heather. We'll have to leave it to the officials to make a call on who actually won that race. As mentioned, we only had the vantage point from the camera angle. And so, from our vantage point, it looked as though Thomas Cole might have got up and over the top. But Josh Heather did his absolute best to try and get against his name on the sheets.
Yeah, what I'm going to do, we're going to see this replay off the start very shortly because my eyes were fixed on the coming out of pole 2, the Hunton boat of Nick Bird. Now, I'm certain it came out of pole 2. I thought that was the boat that led in, that went past, unless we've been given the wrong pole position.
So we'll get this replay in a minute. That the pole positions we were given were hollow point out of 1, 2 was Hunton, Mitch Burt, and out of 3 was Only Force. So, as Nate did allude to a little bit earlier, sometimes with this glare and the change of camera angle, he may have picked up the wrong boat. But as Nate said, it's our apologies. But we'll try and get this replay. Anyway, only Force and Mojo Racing, what a great race it was that came up with a checkered flag.
It certainly went down to the wire, and hopefully we'll find out in some way, shape or form from word from the officials which boat registered a number 1. But while we wait potentially for the replay of that race, guess what we've got in our hot little hands here, Craig? We've got the starters of the Riverside Unlimited Unrestricted Final. The boats we have will be Chillax out of pole 1, Lambert Family Racing out of 2, Octane Racing out of 3, GP1 out of 4, and Warlord on the outside in 5. So we've got 3 outboard tunnels, 2 GP hydros. That is going to firm up to be a hot race indeed. So on screen at the moment we've got the replay of the outboard monoboat, and we do have the only force boat did start out of pole 2 and out of pole 3, but then managed to get his nose out in front of Hollow Point, who was in pole 1. We mentioned earlier Mitch Perry in Hollow Point did his very best in Heat 1 and registered a finish 1. And Thomas Carl did his very best, but ended up finishing 2nd. That was in the first heat. And now Heat 2 for the final race. We had young Josh Heather, who's only been campaigning this boat in circuit racing for maybe 12 months, up against the very experienced outboard mono driver of Thomas Carl in Mojo Racing. And while this race was going on, Dad joke alert, I was wondering, was Thomas Carl, did he find his mojo? And it came right down to the wire. As you touched on, we did mention that we did mistakenly call the only force boat. We were calling the boat Hunton at the time, but it was indeed young Josh Heather at the wheel of the boat Only Force, who was matching it back and forward with Thomas Carl in the Mojo Racing. Both of these boats, 21-foot force boats, very similar power plants on the back. Both of these boats centre steer configuration. A lot of these outboard monoboats still have the drivers set up on one side, like a regular either ski racing boat or social ski boat. But these boats, these two, specifically set up for circuit racing. They get the driver back into the centre of the boat, basically so they can rebalance the weight, basically get a nice even balance within that boat. Some of these outboard monos that do still either run as a social boat or ski racing, some of them quite literally strap some sandbags in the observer's seat to even out the weight balance of these boats. But as I just mentioned, the first two boats here on screen at the moment, the ones that were in 1 and 2 all race long, Only Force and Mojo Racing, both of those boats set up as centre steer configuration. So certainly no room for sandbags, no room for observers. We're going circuit racing. And that's exactly what these two guys on screen did. in that last race. So just to repeat, it's still about 4 or 5 races time on the program, but we have been given the pole positions for the Riverside Final, which is an Australian Championship event. We have Outboard Tunnel Boat Chillax from Victoria in pole 1. Lambert Family Racing in pole 2. Octane Racing in 3. Those 3 outboard tunnel boats. And then we have GP1 in pole 4 and Warlord in pole 5. Because even though those two GP Hydros are in 4 and 5, I suspect that those 2 boats registered a faster race time. And going by this starting order, GP1 potentially registered a faster time than Warlord. But with the configuration of this race course here at St George, the officials have made the call to put the GP Hydros on the outside. And you can see why the outboard tunnel boats love staying nice and tight on the inside, while these Grand Prix hydroplanes love to slide it around the outside. So I don't know whether anyone would actually be complaining about these 2 GP Hydros being up on the outside. But according to the program, next race on the water is Heat 3 of the Wagot Memorial 5.2 litre open race. We have Anderson Motorsports on the water. I'm not too sure if we've seen Impatient get back out on the water. We will confirm in just a moment.
So we've got 3 starters for Heat 3 of the Wagot Memorial. We were supposed to be expecting the Red Hydro Patient. Unfortunately, they're still on the trailer. So whatever system over 3 hits. So there's no official final, it's just the combined points from heats 1, 2 and 3. We're supposed to have 4 starters, but as we mentioned, unfortunately the Red Hydro Patient still with an issue after that 6 litre open race where they had to pull up. It looks as though Melody unable to make the start of Heat 3 of the Wagon as well, so it's down to As will Brendan Anderson in the Anderson Motorsport Hydroplane.
So, as Nathan was saying, that the Wagot Memorial determined over 3 heats, cumulative effect on the points. I would say Corey would be very surprised if he wasn't right up at the pointy end. But if that is the case, it's 2 out of 2 for Corey. 2024, 2025. So once again, our apologies for the prior race. We had the boat Hunton out of pole 2, and then the only force boat out of pole 3. As we have difficulty with some of the boats on the water with the reflection and the like, and what we've got with the TV. We tried to pick the pole positions and then follow the boat, but unfortunately we followed the wrong boat out of the wrong pole. So, look, on behalf of Nathan and I, sincerest apologies and congratulations going out to Josh Heather. Apologies to the Burt family, Mitch Burt, but congratulations. We believe that Josh Heather taking out the Blake's Marine, although Mojo did come flying down the outside, but I'm sure Stuart officials will let us know. So they were 2 white boats too.
Will make the start of week 3 of the Wagot as well. So it's down to 600 and pole 1.
Heat 3 of the 5.2 litre open Ken Wagot. As we wait on the 550cc outboards prepare for their race 3 of the day. They'll be getting ready very soon, but at the moment we see a replay of Corey Marlin showing exactly what this combination can do. Combination of the driver and of the boat. Very successful run. As mentioned, this is Heat 3. From memory, Corey got a 2nd place in Heat 1, 1st place in Heat 2, 1st place in Heat 3. So as Craig mentioned, unofficially obviously, his chances are very good at taking out the Ken Wagot Memorial for 2025. And I think Brendan Anderson in Anderson Motorsports will take the 2nd place. The point system based on the APBA Championship points. So I think with 3 starts and 3 finishes by Brendan Anderson, that will make enough points tally for 2nd place. Might have a bit of a challenge from the Kilpatrick team with the Melody boat. That boat finishing 2 races. I'm pretty sure he did finish, as in the Melody, did finish in front of Anderson Motorsports in at least 1, if not 2, of the heats earlier. But since Brendan Anderson, 3 finishes, 3 sets of finishing points, I'm pretty sure he'll end up in front of the Melody team. He will be in front of the Vela racing team with Lockie Vela at the helm of Impatient, who had a win in Heat 1, but then unfortunately did not finish in Heat 2. and did not start in Heat 3. So just to repeat again, it's in a few races' time, but the unlimited, unrestricted Riverside Trophy will be hard-pressed to finish the whole complete race program here today. But we're going to get another 5 or 6 races in, which should include the Riverside Unlimited, Unrestricted Australian Championship. And just to repeat, we have been given the starting boats, the starting positions for the final. We have Chillax in pole 1, outboard tunnel boat. Another outboard tunnel boat. LFR, Lambert Family Racing, pole 2. The third outboard tunnel boat, Octane Racing in 3, Matty Peck at the helm. GP1, up from down Mexico way, in pole 4, and Warlord in pole 5 on the outside of the Riverside Final, which according to our program is 3 races away, 3 or 4 races away. We should have the 550cc outboards, the 95 mile an hour speed restricted class, then the 105 mile an hour speed restricted class. And then, after those 3 or 4 races, 3 races will be the final of the Riverside. As Craig Lynn joins me back at card table. No doubt Craig's been out in the pit area to get the inside line on the current level of preparation for a couple of the boats. As mentioned, we're waiting on the 550cc outboards. Can see a 95 mile an hour boat out in the milling area in front of the tower. So the 550s have either been shuffled back in the program or they've potentially run and done for the day. But we'll see. It looks as though we prepare for the 95 mile an hour category.
You're right when you called it card table, Nath, because I went and had a bit of a look and tried to get a few answers, and they're keeping their cards close to their chest. No, not many people were saying too much at all. You know, so just we'll be very careful of the sun and the light for our drivers. Unfortunately, we had a few problems earlier on today, which put us back in time. The officials may choose to get an earlier start tomorrow. But it looks like 10. Did you say 105? On the water?
95s.
The 95s. Heat 2 of the Len Boyd Memorial for our 95 mile per hour. The Len Boyd Trophy synonymous here at the St George Powerboat Club. Pole positions, hot 11 out of 1, never enough out of 2.
Apologies, folks. We've actually got two different lists in front of us, so we might have to call it via eyeball. So we've got Never Enough right out wide on the outside. That's certainly the boat Dodgy in pole 2. We've got the little Hot Lemon. Looks as though Hot Lemon's in 3 or 4. And it might be Krusty in 3. And then it's a Eliminator in 1. And the boat called Force, which is that white Force mono outboard, almost on the outside. So we have the boats lining up with the start boat. Eliminator, Dodgy. See the Krusty or Cobra. Sorry, the boats are very similar and so is the shape of the name. But Force, from second from the outside, closes in. Never Enough fires down the outside, but the Dodgies had to ease off. He still continues around in about position 3 or 4, but it is Eliminator, Anthony Nibbs. Never Enough goes around the outside. With Eliminator, gets the nose in front. And, like I said, Krusty or Cobra, we'll have to confirm at some point. Cobra it is, in pole 2. Thank you very much, cameraman. So the two Upper Hawkesbury powerboat displacement boats, matching it side by side up the pointy end. Never Enough, the Conley Craft stern drive. As we mentioned earlier, configuration of boat which is certainly not very common in circuit boat racing, a lot more common in ski racing and longer style river racing. But it is Anthony Nibbs with the LS-powered Chev Eliminator. From memory, he did very, very well in Heat 1 earlier on. Alex Wilbo in Cobra goes with him. We've got Dodgy on screen at the moment, who's back in 4 or 5. But how good are these drone shots, folks? Beautiful, clear blue water of Cogra Bay. And shows how these boats get around these 3 turn buoys. All nicely behaved, a nice smooth even arc around the 3 turn buoys. So it's the 2 V-drive displacement boats out in front. Side by side goes Eliminator and Cobra. Never Enough in 3rd. That's Dodgy on screen at the moment, back in 4th. And it is Hot Lemon who's at the back of the pack. We do see the yellow last lap flag symbol flash up on the screen. So a last matched dash. There's Hot Lemon going into South Sydney detailing turn for the final time. Eliminator's got the nose back out in front. 2 turn buoys to go, 1 turn buoy to go. Now the drag race to the checkered flag. They've got to be careful, they can't go over 105 miles an hour. As mentioned, all of these boats have a GPS unit with them in the boat. But it looks as though it was an Eliminator in position 1. Cobra in 2. Never Enough in 3. And the Force boat called Force on the outside in 4th place. Craig Dodge in Dodgy. 5th boat across the line. And our 6th place boat, Rhonda Wadovich in Hot Lemon, takes the checkered flag in this mechanical fuel injection 5-litre Holden V8. So another strong showing there by the 95 mile an hour class. Beautiful view of the St George Motorboat Club. Again, the Sydney skyline in the background as the sun continues to get lower as the afternoon ticks on. A replay of the start procedure from our 95 mile an hour class.
Yeah, the LS3 that's in the boat of Eliminator, Anthony Nibbs, certainly made a big difference for Anthony. Of course, one of our budget races, and of course the Vintage and Veteran Hall of Famer of 2 years ago. Very well respected in the sport. Supports a lot of clubs. We can see we're just going out of centre of picture, the Yellow Hot Lemon. They left Taree at 10 to 2 this morning. 10 to 2 this morning. That's how keen they are.
That's commitment for you.
Yeah, it certainly is commitment, Nate. We've seen relatively good starts all day. Poor old Craig Dodge, he missed the start terribly there. I don't know what actually happened. Sam Perry, the man from Urunga, flying down the outside. But the force boat there of Nick Case, haven't seen him for a while. There was a few setup issues with the boat early, and he looks like he's corrected those because the boat was a bit of a bucking bronco there for a while, but he's certainly corrected it. I think he ended up outside the boat once or twice, but great to see Nick back here at the St George Motorboat Club. So Alex Wilbo, another one of these guys that loves his powerboat racing, a budget racer also. Both him and Anthony Nibbs, they do a lot of racing. On the club or days, or as they call them here at the Super Series of St George. So that boat of Nick Case there was very, very tidy indeed. So this could be the 105 mile per hour, it should be. We should be seeing the boat endgame. We should be seeing the boat endgame, Darryl Wood, sorry. The wonder from Wagga. So out of pole 1, Smith Family Racing, Joel Smith, out of 2. Well, never enough. He was just in that last race. Can't see him being in this one. But anyway, if he is, he is. Out of 3 is Endgame Darryl Woods. Out of... We're missing 4. We'll go to 5, Problem Child. Okay, Problem Child's out. We're just trying to count how many boats are on the course. So one thing we can see, that beautiful yellow and blue boat, Smith Family Racing. You can see Endgame. And it might be that boat Krusty, the other boat there, in the centre of the pack. So on the inside, Smith Family Racing. In the centre, out of pole 2, will be Krusty, Ian Holmes, and right down the outside you'll find, well, that's Endgame out of 2, sorry. Looks like is Krusty on the outside in 3rd place. So we've got Endgame going to the lead, but here comes Joel Smith on the inside, going through South Sydney detailing onto the Bankstand helicopter back straight. So Smith leads out, but you'll see, oh, here comes Endgame. Come out of the shadows, come out of the spray. Here he comes, Darryl Woods. He leads out. The Joel Smith boat in
Grand Prix Hydroplane, Grand Prix, the Australian Formula Powerboat Grand Prix Series specs at the moment. Good battle here, but in the Seacall Marine Southern Turn on the inside is Smith. Woods on the outside. And then Holmes back in third place in the boat, Krusty. Smith will try and hold that line, I should say. And he does. And he gets up beside, but you watch, end game. He'll put his foot to the metal very, very shortly. And that dissolves Smith's challenge. But he'll make it at the end of the bankstand helicopter back strut. He'll make ground, but just not enough to poke his nose in and remain there. With the water boiling up in the corners. That's his best asset. Trying to run down Woods. Might be coming up for 2 of 3. How many laps got, Nate? 3 laps. Yellow flag. Thank you, Scott Lambert there. Yellow flag being displayed. Here comes Smith again on the inside. Look at this South Sydney detailing. Smith has poked his nose in front and got to the lead, but Darryl Woods has come back on the outside. Krusty just going down the St George Motorboat Club front straight. But one last time on Bankstown helicopters. The rougher, the longer the race goes on, the rougher it's getting, and that's going to be to the Smith's advantage. He comes in tight. He couldn't have done it any better, Joel Smith, and congratulations going to Darryl Woods in end game over Joel Smith. And coming home third, the boat Krusty, Ian Holmes. There's not too many that get in front and stay in front of Darryl Woods, especially on this course. You see there, Krusty there, Ian Holmes, the driver. Got to meet Ian for the first time this morning and really enjoying his racing. Really likes the club days where it's a pretty relaxed atmosphere. Thought he'd come and try St George, and we'll try and speak with him tomorrow morning and just find out how he's found Cogra Bay. But we look here, Nathan, we look at the Joel Smith boat on camera here. If Sunday's as good as Saturday, he's going to be walking home with a bit of cash tomorrow night.
Yeah, another one of these teams or boats that have got no dramas with reliability and performance. The only challenge they've got is whether they're going to have enough race fuel come the end of the race meeting. We did just quickly cross to some footage that our roving cameraman and interviewer Hayden Chesser grabbed from the pit area of the St George Powerboat Club as the boat Endgame heads back in towards the ramp. We are expecting the next race on the water, which is the Riverside Unlimited Unrestricted Final. The boat GP1, the Grand Prix Hydroplane, on the getting lowered down into the water. We'll just wait to see whether, not too sure if Warlord is in the water yet. Doesn't look like it, so GP1 is now in the water. Can unfortunately see the corner on the live stream there of the red hydroplane Impatient tilted up on the trailer, which means they're getting ready to go home. So obviously a big gulp of water that they received from a bit of a hose down. But Warlord is in the water. So we can see Warlord, GP1 in the water. We're expecting 3 outboard tunnel boats to join these guys. We will have Chillax out of 1. Lambert Family Racing out of 2. Octane Racing out of 3. GP1 out of 4. And Warlord, the big yellow hydroplane, on the outside. This, the final race in the Riverside Unlimited, Unrestricted Australian Championship. We can see the boats in their pole order on screen at the moment. Chillax, LFR, Lambert Family Racing, Octane Racing, GP1 and Warlord. If you haven't got a comfortable position with a great vantage point, we suggest you move yourself into a position where you can. This race coming up, one of the highlights of the weekend. Riverside Unlimited Unrestricted Australian Championship Final. Here at the beautiful St George Powerboat Club, based in the southern suburbs of Sydney. For those not familiar with the St George location, basically off in the distance of that camera view is Botany Bay. Around to the left a bit is the Sydney city skyline. And out of shot here, but around to the right, is the region Sydney side is called the Shire, which is Cronulla Beach and the likes.
Yeah, I saw Craig Bailey a little bit earlier.
In regard to what Nay said about the Shire, I did see the great man himself, Craig Bailey, earlier this morning. Couldn't wipe the smile off his face. His beloved Sharks got up over the Roosters last night, so Craig was very, very happy. But don't get near him if the Sharks lose, because he could get very unhappy. So, but I'm sure Craig, don't know where he is, but I'm quite sure he's looking down now, and he's won a few Riversides. I'm quite sure he's looking down, and he's looking at GP1. He's probably looking at Warlord also, and saying, I wish I was part of all this.
Yes, you mentioned before Craig Bailey having a number of comebacks. He's been threatening for years to give it away, and he always seem to find a reason why to come back and have another. And as you mentioned, a number of trophies, not only throughout the country, but especially here at St George with the Craig Bailey name on it. And most definitely well earned, that's for sure. We can hear the engine of, I believe it is Warlord, fire up as the big GP Hydro motors out from the wharf. The big white Grand Prix hydroplane of GP1 will do the same in just a moment, allowing a little bit of space. the outboard tunnel boats are already out there. GP1. We'll just have to keep the pace up to catch up to these other start boats. You can see Warlord on screen at the moment taking a nice wide arc in preparation for the start process.
I'm just looking here, I've just had another look down the starters here. LFR, Greg Lambert family, this is the biggest race he's ever contested, mate. It is huge for Greg. He would be ecstatic just to be part of the race, never mind finishing first, second or third. It's going to be a hard one, but as we said a little bit earlier, first you must finish. So this is a huge achievement. I'll tell you what, the bloke that's never been here before, the Prince of Pakenham, Andrew Chilvers, he's coming out of pole one. Don't discount him. We've got a cracking race. Matty Peck's just been Matty Peck all weekend so far. And, you know, everyone's obviously focusing on the GP1 and Warlord, but let's not discount the other boys. But best of luck, and over to you, Nathan.
So I mentioned before, if you haven't got your backside trackside, you certainly need to at least be looking out into Cogra Bay. Under the white flag, GP1 right up with the start line. Warlord out wide. Into the middle of the race course, two outboard tunnel boats, Chillax and Greg Lambert. All four boats quite evenly matched coming out of the first turn, but it's GP1 and Warlord. It's on, a ding-dong battle, Craig.
Oh, you can't pay enough money for this kind of stuff, Nathan Mills. Look at GP1, but Marlon will come up on the outside. He's gone somewhere in the spray. There he is. He's not too far away, but holding the ace in the Warlord's still there, but he's dropped back a couple of boat lengths. Holding the ace hand currently is Grant Harrison.
One lap down, 3 to go, 4 laps for this final Riverside Unlimited Unrestricted. Grant Harrison in GP1, Warlord only a handful of lengths back. GP1 getting it nice and high, heading down the back straightaway. You can just imagine Warlord, he's hanging there on the outside hip of Harrison, just waiting for one little hiccup. Running very nicely indeed. The three tunnel boats having their own battle for third place. But at the moment, it's GP1. He's got the inside running. Warlord having to go a longer distance around the outside. He's about to roost the tail back at the moment. He's going to be keeping the pressure on. Whether he's still got the pace to be able to match it, as mentioned, he's got to do it from the longer distance. Looks as though Warlord is easing off. At the moment, GP1 shows plenty of outright pace down the front straightaway. Certainly no propeller selection dramas here in this race, Craig.
No, certainly not, Nath. I'm not sure if he's distinguished Warlord's challenge. But he's still there. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. It ain't over till the fat lady sings, Nath. You never know. We should be, I think that's coming up to complete 3 and 4, I believe. So we've got one more to go. Little Grant Harrison, 30 years ago. One is still down. Not too sure about GP1.
Well, GP1's eased off a bit. Whether he's got the lap count mixed up or whether we have, I'm not too sure. but GP1 did certainly ease up down the front straight away. I did think Warlord stayed into it, but he's now seems to have eased off again now. Up the back straights they go. It must be the checkered flag for the 2025 Riverside Unlimited Unrestricted Australian Championship. GP1, Grant Harrison. Up here this weekend from down Mexico way. A sensational show of speed from the Grant Kiwi Rollerson built hydroplanes from both of these GP Hydros, both built by Grant Rollerson. But Grant Harrison did have some issues in the warm-up run earlier today. Craig, you mentioned you spoke to one of the crew members, Paul Cunningham, who mentioned that it was a bit of a propeller selection issue. So whether they've just changed gears and used that same propeller or they've changed propellers. But whatever it is, they got it right, that's for sure.
As the boats were, on their first lap or so, I just thought to myself, Cogra Bay isn't used to all this. Can you imagine all the 000 phone calls being made as we speak? What a wonderful spectacle we've seen. We've had the best of the best here so far today, and to have two of the best in Australasia, it's wonderful. Troy just tried, and it's just not good enough, and that's what happens sometimes when you get two great champions out in the water, neck and neck. That can happen, but congratulations to all. We just didn't pick up the third place getter in the long run.
True, very true. So it'll be interesting to see who ended up out of the three outboard tunnel boats. It was either Chillax or Lambert Family Racing from memory. I think they might have had the wood on Octane Racing a bit earlier in the race. So without putting Octane Racing out of the running at the moment, we suspect it was Lambert Family Racing or Chillax. Chillax, another Victorian boat, here competing at St George by the interstate crew. But a fantastic showing there by both the GP Hydros, but primarily GP1. A sensational run there by Grant Harrison. As Craig mentioned, Warlord tried to go with him for the first lap or so. He did have the tougher task being on the outside. But we saw Warlord just ease off a bit. There's plenty more races to come tomorrow, Craig. And no doubt, certainly no reason to overly stress that boat, overly stress the engine. But we can see the two drivers on screen at the moment. Grant Harrison and Troy Marlin shake hands, congratulating each other. But again, a very successful showing by the Melton Toyota GP1 team. And also the Marlin Racing team as well. But here we go. Here's a replay of the start procedure. Hopefully, Craig, we did get a bit too wrapped up in what was happening up the pointy end of the field. We'll be able to catch on the replay exactly which of the tunnel boats managed to take the bronze medal, if you like. The flag went down. That's exactly where he started. The Warlord boat did get the nose out in front at the end of that first straightaway, but lost a little bit of ground going around the corner with such a wide arc. On this first back straight, the challenge was set, Warlord got the nose out in front early, but then had to succumb to the outright top-end speed of GP1. And then we just had a long way around the outside. Just got to go with GP1. Like I said, kept the pressure on, just in case there was ever any gap at any point in time. But a successful running by the GP1 Melton Toyota team with Grant Harrison at the wheel. So again, the GP1 didn't get too much further out in front. Still went with him. Again, just to keep the pressure on. But the Harrison team, Melton Toyota, so it looks as though it was Chillax, potentially the first of the outboard tunnel boats. Confirmation, sorry for everybody. A bit hard to see from this angle. Craig, you might have some news.
Yeah, I certainly do, Nath. Well, the Prince of Pakenham coming home third just in front of Greg Lambert. Great job by all those boys. Well, I know Lambo, he's had the very sick young daughter, the 2-year-old. She's still in Randwick Hospital, and he would have been tickled pink just to make the race. He'd be tickled pink with the result. We're going to sign off just after the replay here. Yeah, look, it was great to see the boys shake hands, but I'll tell you what, only Troy Mail like to do. Really decent thing, shake hands, well done, better than, but he'll be annoying tomorrow.
That's for sure. Certainly will be. And we here in the commentary, we had probably miscalculated the laps. We thought the boats had another one to go, and but it was Grant Harrison comfortably out in front by the end. As we mentioned, Warlord might have eased off a little bit. And as you mentioned, it was the Chillax came across in third place.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2025 Riverside champion here at Cogra Bay, Mr. Grant Harrison. Grant, congratulations, mate. It was tough work out there. Marlon was on your outside. You had the tunnels on the inside to worry about. You ran just about the perfect race.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. I wouldn't say it's close to perfect. We weren't 100% and Troy wasn't 100%, but you know, we got our hoodoo off our back a little bit. We've been having broken propellers, which was hurting the boat. So for the boat to sing nice, feel nice, drive fast, beat the Warlord team, like they're an incredible team, and you know, they beat me early today. So to get one back and to win the Riverside's excellent, and just the smiles on the crew.
Yep.
The hard work that they've put in, you know, there's a special guy I want to yell out to now, Troy Kelly, or Cocko as we all know him. You know, spent hours and hours on the boat. He's been a great asset to the team. Brett Nidry, helping with the motors, you know, from Dad's passing to Brett helping advise me and looking after the engine. Like, the engine just didn't miss a beat. It was just humming, and the old man to be upstairs be very proud.
We said during commentary, Grant, 30 years ago, spellbound. Geez, you waited a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time between drinks. You know, I came here back in the, I think it was the late 90s, I think, when Ladder and Lodge and the 90s were over here, and they ran the Grizz Cup here. And we then came back a few years later with Spellbound, won the champions there, which was cool. And we've been away for a long, long time. But, you know, the weather out there now and the water out there now is just really good, really good. So enjoyable whenever you win, and commiserations to the others and to the other tunnel boats that, you know, are out there having a crack at us, because the reality is Grand Prix Hydro, you know, 1,800 horsepower, 150, 160 mile an hour, and the tunnels were taking up to us, and all they had to do was Troy and me brake, and they would have been a Riverside champion.
In saying that too, you know, a great second place to Troy there, and great third to Chillax. Sometimes your best races aren't the ones you always win, and I'm quite sure Troy may be disappointed a little bit, but he drove a great race also.
Yeah, look, I was keeping an eye on him for sure, absolutely. I kept thinking he's going to come around on the outside, and a couple of times there he came into the corner with us, and we were lucky we had pole one. Oh, sorry, the inside pole. So, you know, had we been on the outside, could have been a different story. Inside pole in our class of boats, you know, you need probably another 5-10 mile an hour in speed just to get round the guy on the inside. So we were fortunate with pole 4, I think, inside Warlord.
Do you think the luck's starting to turn a little bit now? You've run over a few Chinamen the last couple of years.
Yeah, I don't know what we did to deserve it, but look, you know, to be a winner, you've got to be a loser, I suppose. And, you know, we've won, you know, a lot of boat races over the years, and not been often we've been beaten except for mechanical failures. But it was one of the reasons we wanted to come to St George. You know, we wanted to prove that we could finish a race without wrecking propellers. And, you know, we weren't wrecking the propellers. They were failing. They weren't adequate. They weren't good enough. And now we've got a full forged one. I'm still coming to grips with it, still making the boat a bit flighty. You know, we can change strut angles, a few little things, and make the boat go a bit faster, I'm sure of that.
Conditions out there for you today, Grant? Suit you, suit the boat, or a little bit either way?
No, that last race was fine. That was really good conditions. There's a bit of mist, salt air in the water, you know, and hanging around, I'm not used to that. We're used to running on fresh water down south and up the rivers. But I tell you, racing our little 100 boat, like today, our little 1.6 Auslight Hydro Melton Toyota 100. It was our 5th round, I think, the Australian Championship Series. We won that, which makes us, you know, I think 4 or 5 years in a row as Australian Champion Auslights. But that last race I had there, it was rough in the 1.6. There's a lot of pleasure boats out there, big rollers. It was much rougher in the little boat than the big boat. But, you know, that last race, water conditions, perfect. Loved them.
All right, I'm quite sure there's a few people you'd like to thank. You brought your own postcode up here, Grant. I'm sure you'd like to thank a few people.
Look, a lot of guys, we don't have a lot of sponsorship. We're very fortunate. We run a successful car business, Melton Toyota, and that pretty well sponsors us. And we do get approaches from other race boat teams. You know, can Melton Toyota sponsor us? And I'm like, hang on, let me just sponsor myself. So, yeah, really thanking those guys. You know, B&R Engines, Brett Nidry's come on board. And just a wealth of knowledge, a professional engine builder, and there's no doubt about that. And you know, you have to see what the engine ran like today, and at the Rivers Cup at other times, it's run well. It's been other failures. My crew chief, Terra, Glenn Harrison, like he's just a gun. You know, he's there most nights of the week helping us out in cold weather. Paul Morrow, we got Paulie Morrow, Grant Rolson helped fix the boat after the damage as well. Paul Cunningham, he's just a champion. He ran my little boat last year and raced that. He's having a year off, and he's been a terrific help. My daughter, Lake Harrison, who's come up, little lake, named after Lake Moala or Lake Eplock, what are you going to call it?
Lake everywhere.
She's a great help too. So, yeah, that's it. And, you know, my partner who's at home, hopefully watching this, Stripey, love you. And, yeah, let's go again.
All right, just before I let you go, you mentioned about the little one, the 1.6s. Nathan and I, we've been so impressed with this young boy, Oscar Stevenson. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, he's a gun. He's a gun. Now, I just want to go to Jeff Sheldrake as well. He's sitting at home. He'd be up here, but he's a bit crook at home as well at the moment. So I want to help out, say thanks to Jeffrey. He's been with us for 30, 40, 50 years, the old man. But back to the Auslights, yeah, young Oscar, mate. He's like young Corey Marlin, a lot of future, a lot of potential. And, you know, one day, hopefully, someone give Oscar a drive in a 6-litre hydro, and he's got the capabilities. He's sensible, he's not hot-headed. I can go into a corner with him, you know, 4 or 5 feet on the outside, knowing he's going to hold his line. He's not going to jump to the right and bump into me or anything like that. So I trust him racing. There's some guys I don't trust. I trust Oscar, young Brad Holland, he does a great job. Yeah, and the Auslight, it's a good little class, good feeder class, and, you know, any guys that love boat racing, it's relatively cheap, not like this Grand Prix stuff, and it's good fun. I have just as much fun in the little boat.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2025 Riverside Champion here at Cogra Bay, New South Wales, Australia. Congratulations, Grant Harrison.
Thanks, Prago, and thank you to St George Motorboat Club for what you've done. Terrific facility. You know, it's nice to be able to walk into club rooms and nice toilets, a nice restaurant, it's all good. So well done to St George. A bit short on parking, but you just do what you got to do, and yeah, hopefully we'll do that.
All the best, and great. Best of luck tomorrow as well.
Thanks, Ray.
All the best. Grant Harrison, ladies and gentlemen. Nath, we might call you over. Yeah, we're just Nathan and I are going to just great working with you again today, mate. We've had some wonderful races, great weather. In fact, it's impeded us a little bit because we've had a bit of trouble actually seeing some of the wider boats and the like. What's been your highlight?
You probably touched on it, probably the weather. Like, I mean, there's been some awesome action out on the water. Obviously, a great variety of the racing categories here this weekend. Little outboards, big outboards, little inboards, big inboards, and the GP Hydros. Obviously a personal highlight, but yeah, just the weather. Sydney's just turned it on. As Grant just mentioned, a little bit choppy in the middle of the day, but it came really good in the afternoon, and especially for the high-profile races in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's been sensational. You know, like our feeder classes like the 25s and the like, all up to the big boys. It's been great racing all weekend.
Certainly has, and thankfully only the one relatively minor incident, which actually set the day off under a bit of a question mark, but thankfully that was it, apart from a little bit of mechanical damage. Thankfully that was it, and the GP 101 boat a little bit second hand, some of the hardware bits and pieces, the steering cable I think it was you mentioned, but driver A-OK, he'll be back to fight another day.
So poor old 101 there, he had the big Murray Walker spin, and look, the main thing is he's okay. We've had some great racing, and guess what? You and I are heading to church. We want more of this tomorrow.
Well, the forecast is for a bit of a cold one overnight, so it's supposed to be down to about, or here at St George, it might not be as cold as what it is out in the Hawkesbury. It's supposed to be down to about 1 or 2 degrees overnight. A little bit warmer here at St George, but it'll be a cool one. But fingers crossed, the sun comes out again and puts on another cracker tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on behalf of Nathan Mills and myself, Craig Lynn, thank you very much for your patronage here at the venue. Thank you very much for watching at home, both here in Australia and overseas. We want to see you tomorrow. 9 o'clock tomorrow, Nath. We hope to see you. Have a great night. Drive safely, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks, mate. Great slam. You and I work well together.
That's all.
Yep. Oh, this.